Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rivas.
Present.
Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Beltran.
Present.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Present. Oral communication. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. I'm not seeing anyone. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, we have 2 items on the closed session agenda. First one is Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference with the Real Property Negotiators and Property, APN 197-090-018, Agency Negotiator Richard Tree, Negotiating Parties City of Porterville and the City of Lindsay under negotiation terms and price. Item number 2, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Significant Exposure to Litigation, 2 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll go into closed session and reconvene at 6:30. Okay, we'll reconvene to open session and report on any reportable action taken in closed session.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Okay. With that, I'll ask you all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Beltran, and then please remain standing for invocation. And before we do this, I'd like to take a moment of silence for the Plumley family. There was a tragic house fire on Plano Street where it took the lives of CJ, 15 years old, Sophia, 14-year-old, and Gladys Plumley, the mother of those children. And so if we just take a moment of silence for that family and uplift them here in these chambers tonight. Councilman Beltran.
Salute, pledge. I'd like to take a moment of silence to remember Reverend Jesse Jackson, a great civil rights leader of the United States that passed away this morning. Almighty God, take your worthy servant, Reverend Jesse Jackson, into your flock and comfort his family and friends and ease their grief. In thy holy name, amen.
Heavenly Father, we come before you with grateful hearts for the gifts of this community and this country. We ask that you stir our minds and stimulate our hearts with high sense of patriotic duty as we approach the task of this meeting. May we be mindful of the sacrifices made by those who defended our freedom, and may the gratitude inspire us to govern with justice and integrity. Amen.
Amen.
As we gather here tonight, may we all pray for unity and respect among all our council members. Help us to prioritize our well-being of our city, setting aside personal differences, arguments, and other agendas for the greater God. Lord, grant us the patience in moments of tension, clarity in times of confusion, and unity. When differences threaten us to divide us, may we always remember that leadership is not about power, but about service. Guide our words to be thoughtful, our decisions to be just, and our actions to reflect integrity and compassion. Lord, may we pray for the families in our community that are hurting. Jack Terrell's wife and family, the Plumley family, little Isabella and her family, and Officer Gutierrez and his family. Lord, wrap them with your peace that surpasses understanding. Let them feel the compassion of neighbors, the strength of friends, and the love from our community, and the comfort that only you can provide. Bring healing where there is pain, hope where there is fear, and reassurance where there is uncertainty. Strengthen our first responders and to all who work to protect and serve. Unite us as one community, standing together in support of one another, determined to build a safer, stronger, and more compassionate future for all. In your name we pray, amen.
Heavenly Father, as we have stepped into a new year, we ask for wisdom and divine guidance for our leaders. We pray for every choice and decision to be governed with justice and compassion. We place our hopes, challenges, and dreams for our city into your hands, Lord. Now, as we step forward, inspire us all to live a spirit of servanthood, care for our neighbors, and to build bridges of unity, not division. Open up new opportunities for economic prosperity and a bright future for all. Many will always disagree with city council members, but we pray for hearts of humility, ears to listen, and a spirit of respect so that understanding may grow. Common ground can be found and compassion for all, even in the midst of differences. Help us to speak and act with honor. Allow our city to be built where every voice feels valued and heard. We ask for a mighty protection over all police officers, firefighters. Guard them from harm as they serve in dangerous situations. Give them wisdom for quick decisions and always return them safe to their family and to their loved ones. Protect our precious children in school. Guard them from harm, violence, drugs, alcohol, evil influences, and bullying. Send your angels to surround them and fill our school environment with peace and strength for students to learn. Grant teachers, administrators, bus drivers with wisdom and vigilance to keep the students and to keep our school safe and a safe haven for learning. And the word of the Lord says that no weapon formed against our children and our city will prosper. And we thank you for your word that goes forth with power, truth, and authority in the mighty name of Jesus Christ.
In the word, I know that Paul talked to Timothy a lot, and he instructed him on a lot of things. And I just want to pray that, as Paul talked to Timothy and as he told him that, in his word, not to be afraid, but to govern with love, to teach everybody about, Jesus and his word. So here we want to take a moment to pray for our leaders, Father God. Dad, that in their hearts and their minds that you allow them to make the decisions, Father God, to be able to help the community, to be able to help everybody out there, Father God, that needs your light, Father God. And as you become a light in our world, Father, we just pray that you become a light to everybody here today, Father God, so that everything that's to happen is according to your will and according to your plan, Father God. Father, we know you're a God of order, Father God, but you're also a God of love, Father. So I pray tonight that we lead with love above all else. In Jesus' name we all say, amen.
Let me start with saying Ramadan Mubarak. During this period of fasting, spiritual growth, Muslims around the world use this time to develop self-discipline and empathy for those less fortunate, wishing peace and renewal for all those who celebrate Ramadan.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else. Please be seated. Okay, we'll move on to council comments. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
I'll just do a couple of them. Let me find my notes. Start off with Tule River Parkway had an event this last Saturday. It was really nice. It was really interesting to see them do these pop-up events along the trails to encourage just the community to come out and see what's going on there. So that was a really nice event. There was a really cool story. The flag over at Grocery Outlet got tangled up on the pole, and so it wasn't flying quite right. And so there was a request out for anybody who could get up to that height to repair it, and a company of Tree of Life came up and within about 20 minutes showed up and got up there on their cherry picker little bucket and fixed it. And so that was really cool to see the community kind of come together. And again, kind of to what some people spoke about, and the mayor, about some tragic incidences in our community. Young Isabella, if some people know about that story of, she got, hit unfortunately on Morton, and just a touching story of her family donating her organs to other families for those children to have an opportunity at a full life. And so I recently upgraded or renewed my driver's license, and I've always done it since I had a driver's license, but I encourage people to check that box to become an organ donor. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, any comments?
Nothing worthy of commenting at this time, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Rivas?
Nothing at this time.
Vice Mayor McCurvey?
Yeah, it's really great to have everybody here. It's a full house tonight, and it's really great to have so many that are praising our Lord and inviting the Spirit into our chambers. It's very uplifting. I had the pleasure of being the designated driver for the wine hop this past week downtown, and I guess it was sold out. Chamber of Commerce put on a wine hop event, and I think it was 150 folks. My wife and my daughter were down there, and it was just a great event, and I think the Chamber of Commerce did an excellent job with that. It was also the International Ag Show, and we were able to get out to the Ag Show. and visit the Exchange Club from Porterville and eat a big, beautiful burger. It's just amazing to see. You even go out to Tulare and we see the spirit of Porterville. Had a great conversation with the cooks and the servers, lifting up spirits at the event. I was able to meet Luke Lamberg, who is the Undersecretary of Agriculture. It was a great networking event, excellent to see people from all over the world coming to our communities and looking at all the trades and the things that we do to serve not only this community, but the state, the country, and around the world. I also had the pleasure of attending an event with Against Violence. I think there was an article in the paper today that's Mothers United Against Gang Violence. It was a terrific event. We were raising money for scholarships for kids and those affected by gang violence. Mary Martinez leads that, and she's been doing that for a long time, and it's really great to see that Christ-centered organization out there raising money, and she does so much for this community, and it was great to be part of that and lift up all the folks at that organization. And attended with the mayor, and he gave some challenge coins to two pastors, Lloyd Johnson and Frankie Almeida, that have been helping that organization for a long time. So it was great to see everybody pulling together and standing against violence, and it was just a great event for our city. Those are the comments that I wanted to make today. It's great to see everybody coming together in the spirit. I had the pleasure of spending some time at the Porterville Rescue Mission this week, and just talking to everybody and getting to know them a little bit better. And there's really is a spirit on the move in our community, and we're all pulling together and looking out for those that recently have had tragedy in their lives and lifting each other up, and it's just great to see. That's what I want to say, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, like the Vice Mayor, been busy the last 2 weeks. February 4th, went to K-TIP and went on the radio live with John and Cash. And we talked about our roads, projects that are going on in the city, and then law and order. On the 9th, we had the Heritage meeting, and and I'll report more out on that later on 1234 reports, but really excited about some of the challenge coins. You see the pins some of the city staff's wearing. I actually have a shirt here on tonight with the city seal for 250 years of American history, and it's just really exciting to see it coming together. And I just want to say great job to staff on delivering on that. I know Lori, Donnie, Rich, you guys had a big hand in making those things come to life, so I greatly appreciate it. The 10th, I endorse Ian Bakke for County Supervisor, District 5. He's a veteran, family man, business owner, and the reason why I state this for the public to know is because the politics really matter, and if you could get behind county supervisors, it helps give influence in decision-making at a larger level. So want to try to really shape our county as well as we shape our city. The 10th, I also attended the Ag Show as well, did the opening ceremonies. We actually had a address from the president, Donald Trump. It was pretty surreal, to say the least. A great time, great event. It's always amazing to see how our county is one of the lead ag producers in the nation. I think it is the lead this year, and so just great honor to be a part of that. The 11th, I attended the Poor Richard's Shop Local event, and what we're trying to do is highlight shopping local in our city. You want businesses like Poor Richard to stay open, we must go visit, we must go buy pizza, right? And so we talked about the food, the history, and the events they put on at Poor Richard's. It was a great honor, and I was with Victoria on that. The 11th, I met with developers in our community, and I campaigned on cutting regulation in this city. And so wanted to get a sit down with commercial developers, residential developers, and then guys that flip homes, go and pull permits a lot, and get a taste for some of their concerns with the city and how we could do better as a city and business and streamline some of our processes. And so some of those complaints, I would say, is customer service. And we talked about how important those individuals are to our community, because a lot of city staff wouldn't have jobs if not for developers trying to develop and do things. And so we want to deliver customer service. And I think staff is trying to do their best, but we always could look at how we could be better. We talked about overcomplicated design standards and maybe reducing some design standards and letting the market dictate how buildings are built. You know, if a builder is going to build a crappy project, then people aren't going to buy, right? And so you let the market direct. And really, we should be focusing on life and safety issues. That's the most important on this city side. I also love the idea of deferred submittals to where they could get, you know, part of their project in place with city so that their project can break ground and they could start going to work on it. Instead of taking 10 years and we lose business, let's let these businesses go to work and start developing so that way they have a foot in the door and they're committed. And then we also talked about urban development boundary zones and maybe reducing the regulation in those areas, and then accessory structures like ADUs. Really, it was a great meeting, and I'm looking forward to what staff brings in the future as far as reducing regulation and streamlining the permitting process here in the city of Porterville. On the 14th, I attended Mothers United Against Gang Violence with the Vice Mayor and Councilman Rivas. It really was a great event. Mary Martinez put on the event with La Gente, and I met some mothers whose children were murdered through gang violence, right? And it was really impactful to sit with them, talk with them, and ultimately try to raise funds to bring awareness to this and try to change our culture here within the city. And that's not easy to do. And so my hat's off to them and what they're doing. And then I'd also like to just brag a little bit about agenda item number 14 tonight. I assume it's going to go through without being polled, but it's a $100,000 donation from American Tower through a land lease. This lease came through, and I pulled this agenda item, and I requested via the council for me to negotiate. And went in, Vice Mayor attended with me, and we talked about Main Street, the historical flags on Main Street. We talked about our battleship-themed playground. We talked about the historic fireworks show we're going to have this year, and the celebration of 250 years of American history and 100 years of home rule in the city of Porterville. And so it was really amazing to see this company make a donation of that size to go towards what we're doing here in the city of Porterville. And so I just wanted to state that for the record. And then also, I wanted to give a shout out to Daughters of American Revolution. They were able to get a $5,000 donation from Dennis Townsend, our county supervisor, which is another amazing towards these events here in our city. So just wanted to put that out there. With that, we'll move on to reports, city commission and committee meetings, parks and leisures. I think I saw Arlene. Is Arlene, she in here? Parks and Leisures? Okay, we could do, oh, she is. She heard me in the hall.
Okay. Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am Parks and Leisure Services Commissioner Arlene Pena with our commission report. Okay, the Salute to the Farmer statue on Main and Henderson underwent some restoration. Here are images before. And here are images after staff carefully removed debris and moss that had built up over time.
Good job.
The 4th annual Shamrock Shape Up Fitness Challenge has nearly 150 participants. Their goal is to log 1,000 minutes of exercise from February 1st to March 17th. Those that do will receive a medal. The military banner program submittal period ended February 2nd. There will be 55 new honorees in 2026, making the total 1,075 since the program began in 2016. As for youth sports, registration is underway for Porterville Track and Field Club. It's open to youth grades 4th through 8th. Practice will begin soon. Youth baseball registration has begun. Boys and girls ages 4 to 13 are welcome to play. Practices begin in April with games being played in May at the sports complex. Arena soccer practice is currently taking place at the sports complex with over 200 boys and girls ages 5 to 13 are playing in our popular modified version of arena soccer, which takes place within our outdoor arenas made of 4x8 plywood sheets. Other upcoming dates to take note of are our pool party reservations open March 4th at 7:30 a.m. And the annual Youth Fish Derby is set for March 14th at Murray Park with wristbands going on sale February 17th today. And that concludes the report. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Great job. Okay, with that, the Charter Review Committee met February 5th. Do we have Mr. Shelton in the audience? Or anyone that's wanting to report from the Charter Committee? All right.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name's-
Looking for a moment to speak. I get it.
I missed my moment earlier. I didn't know there was a lot of God in this room.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Go ahead, sir.
In God we trust. Taha Saleh, charter member. We had a great meeting. We took the recommendations that the city council gave us, and we worked through them. You can look online and see what we did. We had a spirited discussion. At the end, we were able to return a list, and we had the opportunity to work with the amazing Julia Liu, which was awesome. Thank you for you guys allowing us to have her in the room. We were able to work through some things and get some things done faster, and you'll see a report, I'm sure, it will, with everything you asked us to do. There was some disagreement, but we were able to work together through the disagreement. So you're going to like the results. That's all I'm going to say. So thank you for the opportunity to serve, and thank you for offering, Ms. Liu, and we look forward to continue the work we're doing for you.
Mr. Saleh, I got to ask, was one of the priorities the self-performed street maintenance? We're pretty far behind on our roads here in the city of Porterville. Was that one of your guys' priorities?
We took the recommendations you gave us, and we did what we were supposed to do and returned them all back to you in language. And if there's any additional help we need, it's all for you. We're here to work for you. So yes, we did. We took all of them, and we created the language, and we got to it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. Thank you, Tom. Okay, with that, Youth Commission met February 11th. Do we have anyone here from Youth Commission? All right. Some handsome young men.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Good evening, board. It's an honor to be with you. My name is Zeke, and I'm going to let my friend introduce himself.
Hello, my name is Jordan Perez. I come from Menachie High School, and this is my first year serving in the Youth Commission.
So thank you so much for having us. We're here on behalf of Porterville Youth Council, and before we get started in telling and reporting the current events going on in our meetings, we want to share some of our focus goals for the year. So here are 5 of our goals. We decided that we want to focus a lot on environmental advocacy, so make sure there's posts out there telling people to clean up after themselves, especially high school students. We noticed like that was a need in our community among our youth, that they need to know when to pick up their trash and help clean up our streets. And self-care was also another focus goal that we had this year. So really taking care of ourselves related to mental health, supporting local businesses. I heard that you mentioned Port Richards. We're interested, as the youth council, we're interested in helping local businesses any way we can. I know last year, or it might have been last semester, that we wanted to volunteer with the what was it called, the animal shelter, right? And we also try doing anything we can. So like if any business needs help with cleaning, or it could be anything, right? Cleaning the windows, we want to help. We want to be there. City preservation, we've noticed that there's a need in our community for cleaner. There's these trails that people walk on, and they're not really clean, and sometimes they're biking trails and they have a lot of those spikes on them, so we want to go through and help clean those up as well. And another focus goal that is really important to youth, and I could speak about this personally, youth employment experiences. We want to find new opportunities to get out there and put some experience on our resumes. So that was one of our big focus goals. And then I'll allow Jordan to share the current events that we have going on.
Some of our current events that are going on is for December of this year, the Youth Commission members volunteered to assist in the Senior Christmas Luncheon on December 14th, 2025. Members assisted with setting up, serving food with the seniors and cleaning up after their event. Monachi Choir also came to the event. They played pretty well. It was a pretty fun experience. I had fun myself. Yeah. Another event that's coming up is in January of 2026.
That was the previous meeting.
That one? Okay, so don't say.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, but the Youth Commission Art Contest entry form is complete and the flyer is ready, and we've started handing those out to different schools like Monachi, Porterville. And have we got any signups?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have a few people who've already signed up for the art contest that we have. And so the deadline for that, it does close this month in February. I don't know the date on the top of my head, but it does close. Oh, there we go. The flyer's up there. It says,
Fernando's on it.
oh, no, then April. Wait, application form due on April. All right. I don't know my months, but that's a ways from now. But so just just giving people time to apply. And something else that we did on February 2026, or well, this month, yeah. Proteus Inc. did a mini presentation in one of our meetings, just giving a. So we're not actually of age to go to Proteus and seek out their services, but they're saying once you guys turn 18, or once you guys are of age, come and we could help you secure internships. And so that's more of the youth employment opportunities that we're looking for and that we could advocate for our own high schools. And then I'll share one of our meeting discussions. So again, we're preparing for our youth commission art contest, and the theme for this art contest is the inspiration of Porterville. So the idea behind that is just kind of telling the artists in this community, what does Porterville mean to you? So maybe paint Black Bear, paint like a little coffee shop that you like. We just wanted to give them a prompt to be creative with, and we also discussed the details of our entry form, the criteria of our contest. So we did say the criteria going off of skill, definitely creativity. It needs to be original. No AI. We're trying to make sure that's not in the contest. And then we were giving updates to other commissioners in regards to promoting contests at our own schools. So at our own high schools, we're sharing our flyers and making sure people apply.
Cool.
And then Jordan will share the rest of our meeting discussions.
Where do you go into fly? Right here? We discussed topics of cleaning up for the future involving the youth community. I was thinking about, did he add this on from when I sent him? Yeah. I was thinking about having like a day where we get like all of the ASBs and like PUSD, Burton, and we get them together and we have this big old community cleanup, and we basically just get together. And another one is, I don't think I was here for this. Wait. Other goals and group activities for this year, such as assisting in local businesses in the city, movie at the park, and leadership workshops in the future.
And that'd be it for the reports we have for the youth.
Don't run off, gentlemen. Great job. Zeke and Jordan. Zeke, you have command presence. You do. Great job. Jordan, great job as well. I love what you say, because with all the division in our country right now, right? If you want national change, it takes local action. It takes getting involved in the local arena, and that's exactly what you guys are talking about doing. If you would, and I'll give my colleagues a chance just to talk to you, but would you grab my card, my business card, or get it from staff on the way out? I'd love to talk to you, Zeke. So I just want to put that out there, and maybe we can work together to make some of those visions happen, right? Vice Mayor, do you have any comments?
I just would say, excellent work, nice presentation. I really like the creativity and the theme. You guys have done a lot of work here to get in here, and I really like the confidence. You're coming here in front of the whole city, talking straight to the city council, saying, here's what we want to do. You guys are young leaders. We really appreciate you guys coming in here tonight.
Mr. Rivas, Councilman Rivas? Any comments?
Yeah, I just want to say, it takes a lot of courage to be up there and stand and explain everything that you've done. And I remember when I was growing up, we were part of that. And, don't listen to the soothsayers or anything like that. Just command your presence, have a vision, have a goal, and continue, because other kids are looking up to you, because you're the next generation that's going to propel Porterville into the next, theme of positiveness. So I appreciate everything. That was a good topic. Thank you for everything that you guys are doing, and continue to do what you're doing. Don't let no one ever tell you can't do it, because you can. Okay? Thank you.
Yes. Councilman Beltran?
Good job, guys.
Mr. Green?
Hey. Yeah. I just listening to you guys, I just want to say that you are stellar young men. You guys got guts. I can tell you that for sure. All right. You did a great job. Appreciate hearing from you. Keep up the good work, fellas.
Courage is inspiring. Great work.
Thank you, council members. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to oral communication. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. And if you would like to speak, could you please get up and get in line so that we don't have moments of dead time? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. 2 things. Number one, I want to thank you, Mayor, for showing up at a very trying time. On behalf of Plaza de Santa Fe, for the days that we did not have power, you showed up. It showed concern for us, and we do appreciate that very much. I worked on this for 4 months. I drove around the city of Porterville, October, November, December, and January, and I noticed the street signs are faded. And it looks like the city is starting this, because I deleted some from my list. But I made this list, and I have found 129 street signs that are not visible to the residents. A couple of them are private property that have overgrown trees, and it's totally covered the sign. So, and also the city poles, the bus poles, though it looks like you started on those 2, but anyways, there's 129 that I found, and I would like to turn that in to you. It's it's legible. I printed it, and hopefully it'll help you a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is David Horowitz, Horowitz Jewelry. I'm here to talk about some things that have been going on politically. I'm not caring about the politics. I'm caring more about the language. I've had a couple of problems recently, thanks to a lot of the language that's going on with the Gestapo and all this other BS. I've had 2 incidents. I was hoping the chief of police was going to be here. Good, because he needs to hear this. So a month ago, I was leaving the jewelry store, and as we all know, we have a hotel where we have parolees and sex offenders living. When I was leaving the jewelry store out back, one of these gentlemen, who's been a big problem downtown, was hanging condoms and toilet seats from the trees in the back parking lot. When I asked him what he was doing, of course, he went off on me. At that point, I called the police department. Unfortunately, we have people in our dispatch that have no knowledge of how to take care of the public. So I was told that they had more important things to deal with, and they wouldn't send an officer. 2 weeks ago, and I've had this conversation with Greg because I was so mad when it happened, and thank God I got sick and didn't come to the last council meeting, because I probably wouldn't be as calm as I am now. I was leaving the jewelry store, and I had a drunk idiot with a 32-ounce can of Modelo stumbling around When he spotted me, I had to listen to him tell me how he hates the effing Jews. He thinks all effing Jews should be killed. And F the Jews. He started trying to kick my car. Now, 20 years ago, I'd have beat the shit out of him, excuse my language. I'm a little older now, so I tried to do the right thing and call the police department once again. Unfortunately, I was asked one question: is he homeless? When I said no, I was given the same response the previous time. They had more important things to deal with. Evidently, federal law, which unfortunately, because of who I am, that was a violation of my civil rights. I was also being threatened with bodily harm, and evidently, to our dispatchers, that really doesn't mean anything. We've got a lot going on in politics these days, and people have their opinions, and that's what America's founded on, is their opinions. Everybody's entitled to that opinion. Until you want to start with your rhetoric that promotes violence and hatred towards any race. Doesn't matter if it's the Jewish race, the Muslims, I don't care who it is. No one deserves to be treated like that. But we do need to work with our dispatch so they understand, because the next time I might be forced to deal with it myself.
Thank you, Mr. Horowitz.
Brock Neely, address on record. I respectfully request that you pull items 1, 2, 9, and 14. What you're receiving is information concerning item 21.
I'm good, thank you.
You don't want to take the information? You don't want to be informed? You're a disgrace. These are legal documents that you should read. Instead of going down and endorsing people down in Huntington Beach, or having them endorsing you up here, and using this chamber for endorsements, which is a violation of this chamber. You'll notice that the Porterville Rescue Mission is classified as a religious entity. Tread softly giving money to religious entities when it's public funds. The other items I discussed, items 1 and 2, how much money over what we were spending in the Tulare County EDC are we going to be spending now on consultants? About twice. And you won't even let Claudia do her job. She's very good at her job. The other thing is item 9. The study is to study how many people are buying EVs and hybrids like I have, and the amount of fuel they're buying. If you're against this, you're against getting money to fix roads from the state. There again, you're being an idiot.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Go ahead, Luis.
Good evening, City of Porterville. This is Luis Gonzalez. First and foremost, I am very surprised, impressed, and overall filled with joy that we have a lot of civic participation in this chamber. The first thing I would like to address is possibly a future meeting considering the armory, or an alternative for people who are homeless to find a place here in Porterville. I met with an Uber driver before coming here. Very good Uber driver. I'm going to be honest with you, some drivers in the road are not as good as her. But she was talking to me about a homeless man she picked up from a hospital. It was down there in Sierra View. Poor man was basically paralyzed from the waist down, suffered from a stroke. They had to take him out to the armory to find shelter, because no other shelters here in the Porterville area would be able to accept them. Therefore, I'm wondering, what is the city going to do, aside from the playground that symbolizes our patriotism to help the homeless here in Porterville to find at least even a shelter to rest, to eat here in Porterville. What are we going to do for them? I love the United States. I may not have origins here from previous generations of my family, but one thing we love about this country that strikes us more than symbols in parks, that strikes us more than statues, is the fact that people are willing to help others in times of need. That should be a priority for this city chamber. Next thing I'd like to address. The items, referencing items 11 and 15, in regards to ADA improvements and new signs in transportation poles. We must address now, more than ever, the fact that our roads and some of our traffic stops are not ADA certified. I would like to petition the council and suggest that there should be a meeting or a review on this important issue. As for if people like me cannot cross specific areas due to busy traffic and the limitations that are imposed without APS signals, how will we be able to navigate freely in our own community? With that, I'd like to say this. In order to promote unity in our country, the best thing we shall do to keep this plan moving forward is to help our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis.
Hi, my name is Chris. I'm here on behalf of the New Porterville Rescue Mission. The New Porterville Rescue Mission exists to meet men and women at one of the darkest moments of their lives with safety, structure, and unwavering compassion. In our own city, people are sleeping in cars, behind buildings, and in unsafe encampments, battling homelessness, addiction, mental health struggles, and deep personal affliction. Many feel forgotten, many feel invisible. Our mission to provide organized, supervised tent spaces on our property as a bridge, not a destination, but a beginning. These tents will offer more than protection for all elements. They will provide stability, accountability, meals, recovery support, and spiritual guidance rooted in the love of Jesus Christ. We believe in love. We believe that love is not passive. Christ calls us all towards those who are hurting, not away from them. A safe place to sleep can be the first step to sobriety. These tents will be more than protection for the, A consistent meal can be the first sign to someone who still cares. A structured environment can be the first step back to employment and permanent housing. By partnering with the city, we can reduce unsafe street encampments, bring order and oversight, and create a clear pathway from crisis to restoration. This is not about tents, it is about human dignity. It is about transforming lives and strengthening Porterville through compassion and inaction. Our vision is to see Porterville become a city where no one is discarded, no one is unseen, and no life is beyond redemption. We envision structured tent spaces serving as the first step in a clear, accountable pathway out of homelessness. We see individuals arriving in crisis but leaving in stability, recovering support, and a renewed sense of purpose. We see addiction confronted with compassion and responsibility. We see affliction met with hope. We envision collaboration, churches standing by side city leaders, and residents witnessing real measurable change. We see fewer emergency responses, fewer unsafe encampments scattered throughout our neighborhood, and more individuals transitioning from treatment programs, employment, and into long-term housing. Most of all, we see transformation. We see people rediscovering their worth and realizing they are still loved by this community and by Jesus Christ. We believe when a city leads with both wisdom and compassion, it becomes stronger, safer, and more united. Our vision is simply not to manage homelessness, but to break the cycle and to make Porterville a model of hope, transition, and enduring love. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alexis Espinoza. I live here in Porterville. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman Beltran-Rivas, and Mr. Green, and of course, our beloved city staff. Happy you guys are all here tonight. As some of you may know, I'm recently divorced due to domestic violence, but what you may not know is that this has caused me to be left without a permanent safe space for me and my son to sleep. I wouldn't say we are homeless, but we're pretty damn close. Thanks to the grace of my grandparents, I was given a space to call ours, but the work needed to move into that space was astronomical for just me and my 3-year-old. This space has been used as storage for generations of my family's memories, belongings, with boxes of stuff stacked so high that when I walked into the door, I couldn't believe what I was faced with. The space that was deemed as my son's first bedroom was filled with dust, old furniture, and trash. I'm sure you're wondering where I'm going. The space I'll use as my room was filled with containers, trash, memorabilia from 4 generations. And that's just 2 smaller rooms that needed cleaning. I didn't even talk about the big space that had decades and decades of hoarded items. The amount of work put before me seemed wildly overwhelming. Like I ran from one situation and came out with nothing, only to be put in a situation that would require at least 6 months of work, and also the separation of my son and myself, in order to make our lives better. In comes the new Porterville Rescue Mission. I was there talking to the director one day about setting up a day for free haircuts where I could come out and cut the residents' hair, and she just simply asked me how I was doing. Well, I couldn't lie to her and say I was doing good, because she would know in a heartbeat that I was lying. Instead, I broke down immediately and told her my situation. Esther immediately got to work. Within 20 minutes of sitting in her office, I had 3 days of help lined up and a full crew of men and women to help me carry out the work that needed to be done. Let me repeat that. In 20 minutes, I had 3 days of work and volunteer workers lined up and ready to go. Some of them are in this room tonight. The rescue mission delivered, and they are still coming through for me. And I am not the only one who benefits from their work and generosity. Outside of the lives they change within the doors of their facility, the mission works within your community to help those like me, those who can't help themselves, and those who have no one else but need others. I am grateful for the discussion you guys have scheduled tonight regarding the rescue mission. As you may know, the mission runs mostly off donations, and any additional help they can get is always appreciated. I can imagine it may be slightly difficult to navigate the way in which the city can contribute to the work done there, but I have faith that you gentlemen will come up with an agreement that fits the goals of the mission while still balancing the needs of the city and its constituents. Best of luck, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Jean Valafias. You have my name and address on file. Congratulations on a recent potential donation to the city. In December, Eagle Mountain Casino donated $20,000 to the Porterville Fire Department. If approved, a proposed amendment from land lease agreement, which you're going to talk about tonight for wireless communication on North Grand, Newcomb, comes up with a one-time $100,000 payment. This payment comes with no restrictions. I strongly urge the council to pull $4,000 from that money already set aside for our fire department, because that came out of Measure H general funds, which was supposed to go to the library, and the remaining money can go back to the fire department. Then I would like to see at least $50,000 with a potential $100,000 from the American Tower Agreement go to the library fund. This would help replenish previous money going for the library under Measure H general funds that was used for other non-library accounts. Do not put any of the proposed $100,000 amended money this fund for upcoming America 250 communication celebrations related civic initiatives. You have already budgeted this fund, received $5,000 from one private citizen for the America 250, and strong rumors that you're getting more private donations. Besides, you nearly doubled the annual community promotion budget last October from $250,000 to $398,000 for the Heritage Committee. Porterville needs a new library that fits the needs of this community. Follow what voters approved in 2006, a sales tax in Measure H that 15% went to library and literacy. I'd like to add comment onto something that was said at the last city meeting about the podcast possibility for the city. These podcasts cannot be partisan, religious, used for political gain, used for personal use, ridicule, favoritism to defame or cause harm in any way. In closing, I would like to note the passing of a man noted for strong moral values, grounded in faith, family, hard work, integrity, rooted in patriotism and purpose, faithful to the foundation of our country, dedicated to public safety for all, and he always put the greater good ahead of personal gain. May you rest in peace, civil rights icon, Reverend Jesse James. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Porterville City Council. My name is Brittany Smith, and I am a resident of the New Porterville Rescue Mission. Many of you may remember the 1964 film, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. In that movie, there's a place called the Island of Misfit Toys, a place where the lost, rejected toys end up. Not because they are worthless, but because someone decided they didn't fit. At one point in my life, I felt like I lived on that island. I arrived at the mission over 3.5 years ago, pregnant, lost, and broken. Addiction had defined my life for longer than I even want to admit. I experienced relapses, yes. In August of 2024, one of those relapses led to the loss of my son. That was one of the lowest points of my life. In February of 2025, I faced another hardship. But this time, instead of running back to the addiction, I ran to God. And that season led to my first real encounter with Him. Not religion, but relationship. Not shame, but grace. In October of 2025, I regained custody of my son. Today, I have been sober for well over a year, for the first time and longer than I can remember. I am a college student studying to be an EMT. This year, 2026, will be my year of completion. Completion from family court, completion from criminal court, and completion of my 18-month program at the New Porterville Rescue Mission. Thank you. The mission is faith-based life recovery program, which runs on donations from the community rather than receiving government funding that keeps its doors open. What makes that powerful is that we are not treated like case numbers. We are known by name. We are held accountable, we are prayed over, and we are loved until we learn to love ourselves again. The mission also feeds and clothes the lost and broken on the streets of Porterville every day. My brothers and sisters at the mission and those still out there on the streets may feel like misfits, but we belong. We belong to a place called the New Porterville Rescue Mission, which is my home. Porterville's own Misfit Island. And it is there that we discover we are not discarded. We are redeemed in Jesus' name. We discover purpose, and we become new creations in Jesus Christ. Sometimes all a misfit needs is one place and one God, willing to believe they were never a mistake. Thank you all for this opportunity, and God's blessings be to you all.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Diane Wagner. In a recent letter to the editor, Ed McCurvey said leadership isn't about being comfortable. Most of us agree with that. Real leadership is uncomfortable, but there's a thin line between being tough on problems and abusing power. McCurvey said the city has been going in the wrong direction for a long time. That sounds dramatic, but he never explained how. No examples, no facts, just a broad statement and a personal opinion. Many residents would say the city started going in the wrong direction more recently, and we can name specific decisions that show it. McCurvey also said people who push back are just afraid of change. That's not what's happening. People aren't afraid of change. They're upset about how decisions are being made. Decisions made behind the scenes, processes skipped, oversight treated like an inconvenience, and more power being pulled into fewer hands. When residents show up to speak, we're told we don't understand the issues or that our tone is the problem. Many of us feel the same way when we're talked down to from the dais, dismissed and treated as an inconvenience. McCurvey said politeness gets in the way of progress, but professionalism isn't politeness, it's protection. Planning, transparency, and public discussion don't slow things down. They protect the people who live here. When those safeguards are dismissed, that's not reform, it's risk. McCurvey talked a lot about accountability. Accountability goes both ways. It's not enough to ask hard questions. You also have to answer them. When council ignores staff expertise, weakens checks and balances, and removes oversight, residents have every right to ask, accountable to who? McCurvey questioned whether there isn't outrage over a $13 million deficit. There is outrage about city finances. We are outraged that departments have been asked to cut departmental budgets by 30%, and people are frustrated by selective council outrage. Fiscal responsibility means looking at all spending, including pet projects and symbolic ideas, not just the numbers that are politically convenient. When residents point this out, we're labeled as radicals or bullies, or old white liberals with Munchausen by proxy syndrome. But asking questions isn't radical, and it isn't a sickness. Paying attention isn't bullying, it's a civic responsibility. Residents aren't asking for a quieter council, we're asking for a better one that gets results without tearing down the systems that protect the public, one that listens to residents instead of pushing them to the back row and insisting on their silence. That's what's being tough on problems is, and accountable to people really means.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
Good evening. My name's Jason Castle. My address is on record. First of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone for the prayer. You know, a community that prays together stays together, so great job. I'm here tonight just to address the City Council and let you know that I have personally submitted a proposal for the Economic Growth Consultant position with the City of Porterville. I'm a fifth-generation Castle, born and raised in Porterville, and my children represent the sixth generation of our family to call this community home. My roots here are deep, and my commitment to this city is very personal. I bring 34 years of real estate sales experience, having begun my career with Century 21 All-Star Realty in May of 1992. Over the years, I've expanded my work to include commercial and agricultural sales, listings, acquisitions, and mergers. My commercial client network includes nationally recognized companies such as Walmart, Costco, Best Buy, and Chili's, among others. In the agricultural sector, I've worked with Wonderful Orchards, John Hancock, Manulife, Prudential, the Westchester Group, Set and Pistachio, and many other respected organizations. If selected, my first and arguably most critical priority would be to assist the city in securing additional surface water rights by leveraging my relationships with the agricultural community. Currently, Porterville relies primarily on groundwater, and with the passage of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act back in 2014, long-term growth will depend on diversifying and strengthening our water supply. In my view, securing additional water is essential to the city's economic future. Without it, our growth potential would certainly be limited. As we begin that process, my next priority would be to clearly identify targeted areas within Porterville for development and move forward with CEQA approvals. By doing this groundwork in advance, we position ourselves to actively recruit national, regional, and local businesses. Instead of waiting for opportunities to come to us, we can create a proactive strategy that makes businesses want to invest here. The question is not whether we should pursue new businesses, but which ones and how we attract them. My strategy is this: we do it strategically and confidently. There are opportunities to re-engage with major national retailers that have already taken a hard look at Porterville. Walmart still owns the 20-acre parcel adjacent to Lowe's, and there is strong potential to bring them back to the table. Costco has evaluated Porterville for several years, and I have direct knowledge of what would be required to secure their commitment. If selected,
Please summarize, Mr. Castle.
okay. If selected, I bring the relationships and the experience necessary to ensure Porterville has a seat at the table in these important discussions. With the right leadership, preparation, and unified vision, we can successfully recruit major national retailers and create meaningful economic growth for our community.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, City Council members and staff. My name is Fernando Rios, and my business address is 308 West Oak Avenue, Visalia. I would like to talk about item 1 on the agenda. I think it's important to hire a local consultant group to streamline planning operations and the development review process. I represent a local group, Hartman Engineering Consulting. We believe that based on our collective experience, we have the knowledge and the drive to provide such services. I, for example, worked for the City of Porterville for 8 years in the planning department, so I am highly knowledgeable about the planning operations and development review process. When I was here, I actually wrote a couple policies how to process lot line adjustments, parcel mergers, county referrals, and get that done in a 2-week turnaround. I'm not sure if they're doing that now, but it worked when I was at the City of Porterville. Currently, my day-to-day routine revolves around obtaining permits, whether it be county, city, air district, water board, stormwater, or hazmat permits to operate and build. We have worked with Tulare, Kern, Fresno, Yolo, Madera, Sutter counties, and others, as well as cities within those counties. We've seen what works and what doesn't. We identified bottlenecks. And every jurisdiction is unique, just like the City of Porterville. Also, I've had the privilege of working with our local consultants, engineers, and contractors like Four Creeks, Quadnoff, Rose and Pritchard, Daco Construction, Lightning Construction, C&M Construction, Centerline, Gary Weaver, Mark Hillman, Hornsby Construction, and so on and so on. So we have a strong resource pool. We can reach out for feedback. If not Hartman, I would encourage the council to choose a local consultant who works in Tulare County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Anderson. I'd like to have this on the record for not only you, but everyone in attendance here, those who may be watching on YouTube now or may watch it in the future. I read something some years back regarding perfume or cologne. Nice fragrance, but must you marinate in it? I draw a parallel between that and putting "In God We Trust" on everything in this town. I don't have anything against religions. I don't have anything against God. But it seems to me that it's a city motto. It's on the buses, the transit buses, city vehicles, the bus stops, on the poles. Why? Why is it plastered all over the place like that? Are you trying to convince people that that's where trust lies? Trying to impress people. It seems like the more that it's plastered around, more it's put, more it's displayed, the less genuine it feels. It's like it's just something to do. As far as the poles for the transit stops, I would suggest that instead of putting the poles with the 2 little plastic seats on them, because you know there's more than 2 people that are waiting at the bus stops, the transit stops, why not have each bus stop have the bench, or the shelter I guess it's called, just like what's near Rally's, Denny's, across the parking lot from Walmart. That's nice. It's a bench. People can sit there. More than 2 people can sit there. It's covered. So in the summer when it's really hot, the sun is beating down, there's protection. In times like this, like today, when it's rainy or cloudy, there's protection from the rain. So I would suggest that maybe instead of using those poles, find some shelters, some transit shelters with the benches for people. To me, that would be more of a consideration for the people in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Hello, my name is Michael Catano. I'm a staff member and a pastor at Porterville Rescue Mission. I'm a little nervous right now, but I've been there 6 years. 5 years of that, I've been clean and sober. And I got there because I got out of prison in 2013, and I had nowhere to go. I moved in with my sister in Porterville on Crestview, and I was doing drugs every day. And she's calling the police on me. And they came and talked to me, told me, you need to get out of this house because she's trying to put you in jail. And as far as I know, you're in your room, you're not causing any problems, but you need to get out. So I called my sister up in Hanford, and she says, go where Randy Barnes is. I go, he's at the rescue mission. I go, rescue mission? I had no idea, you know. So I took off walking down the road, and I was asking people about the rescue mission. They said, that's on down there, over by the courthouse. So anyway, I ended up getting over there, and I seen the place, and I got cotton mouth real bad. But I seen it, and I asked one of the guys there, you know, Randy Barnes. He goes, yeah. And I go, can you get him? So he came out and everything, talked to me and everything, and he says, I'll get you a bed. Well, anyway, like I said, I was there 6 years. My first year was all bad for me because I didn't want to stop doing drugs. And I didn't know. I didn't know what to do, you know, and I would leave and I'd come back, and our pastor would let me back. You know what I mean? The thing is, they put you on as blackout, and you're blacked out for 30 days. You can't go anywhere. But anyway, I was on blackout a lot. But what happened was that time in blackout, I was going to Bible study every day. And I started reading the Bible and dedicating myself to God. And I talked to our pastor, and it just was incredible when you find out who Jesus really is and what he did for us. You know, it was incredible. And now I'm on a mission, you know what I mean, to tell everybody about God and what he's done in my life. And I appreciate everything he's done for me.
Thank you, sir.
And for the rescue mission. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable City Council. My name is Austin Slater. I wanted to reiterate that sentiment. Thank you for everyone that's showing up. Civic engagement is very important. I'm here to respond to comments made by Mayor Greg Meister that true compassion is incarcerating the impoverished rather than continue to find funding to fund the armory, which was helping many people find a good place to sleep. The mayor was really proud of his comments, sharing them all over social media, and I gathered he must like to hear himself talk, which is why he didn't find the issue finding the funding for $15,000 worth of podcast equipment, but not to continue to fund the armory. But what the mayor's comments may be more reflective of are actual policy. Because you see, between 2019 and 2025, Tulare County received $18 million from the state to address the homeless crisis. And in 2024, the city of Porterville received $1 million in state funding and chose to allocate the majority of these funds to the Porterville Police Department's Special Methods and Resources team. How many people did that house? I can't tell you. But keeping tabs on the homeless and not prioritizing housing them and making housing a secondary concern is not a solution. You claim falsely that we criticized you, sir, for your patriotism, but there's nothing patriotic about marginalizing the poor. In the words of President John F. Kennedy, if a free society cannot help the many that are poor, it cannot save the few that are rich. The time has come, Mr. Mayor, for you to take personal responsibility for your failed leadership in the response to the homeless crisis. Rhetoric is reductive and does nothing to address the issue of homelessness. Our council members tonight have taken the opportunity to make many appeals and pray to the Almighty. And as a Christian myself, I wanted to take the time to remind you that the unhoused are not a burden, they are not a problem, they are not evidence of the city of Porterville being a third world country. In fact, they are individuals made in the very image of the Almighty God, just like you, and they should be treated as such. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Paul Saldana. I'm with Economic Growth Strategies. This is in regards to item number 2. We're one of the two consultants in the recommendation. I just wanted to point out our firm, while it's corporately headquartered or addressed in Bakersfield, we're actually, my colleague who's with me tonight and I are both from Tulare County. I reside in Exeter. He resides in Visalia. In addition to doing consulting work all around California, Texas, Louisiana, and Washington, we're based here, and we call Tulare County our home. We've submitted a really solid plan to move the development activity in the city forward. We meet with site locators on a regular basis. In fact, every once a month we have regular meetings. We're members of the International Council of Shopping Centers and have done a lot of retail outreach and recruitment there. Our team, based here in Tulare County as well as in Yorba Linda, have worked together for the last 5 years on a number of different projects. And I'll just leave with saying we'll be here through the meeting and available to answer any questions. But we've been taking our experience in economic development, working for city government for over 20 years, to places all around California and all around the United States, and it would be a great opportunity to bring that experience and offer that experience here in Porterville. So with that, I'll yield back the time.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Damon Nelson. I want to urge the council to do a thought experiment on your free time. I feel like Porterville and the entirety of the Tulare County has severe class separation going on. I urge you guys to like take a walk, a really long one, you know, from Joe's West Side and walk to Bob's Tiny Mart. And I think you'll see society begin to change before your eyes. And I think conditions like that can radicalize someone, which means, you know, if we're not going to do anything for the homeless, you know what I mean? Like, if we're not planning on having a solution, if we're just going to get rid of what the Armory was doing, I think it wasn't enough, you know what I mean? And the homeless people who I've been talking to, they think that the sheriff's station that we have abandoned right there, they think that looks pretty nice. I mean, it's 2 stories. I think it could house a lot of people that, you know, and we could put rehabilitation centers in there, guys. You know, like, why is it that we are punishing people for using drugs? This is, you of course punish, but not like, no. You don't make them homeless. I think everybody needs a house. And if it's radical for me to say that, I mean that's me. And it's easier said than done. I get it. But we should really look at that sheriff's station. Instead of prioritizing like a third McDonald's or In-N-Out or a Charlie Kirk statue. Right. Let's look at that sheriff's station. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Good evening, Council. Scott Bowler with the Chamber. The Redo It Wine Hop was a success, drawing approximately 150 attendees. The event provided great opportunity for the community to come downtown and spend the evening walking up and down Main Street while supporting local business. Based on this year's success, we plan to extend the event to next year, accommodate additional attendees. Planning is underway for the Spring Festival on March 8th. With over 100 vendors already registered, we're partnering with Family Healthcare Network in this year for their 50th anniversary celebration, and there will also be a health fair at the event. We are also bringing back the Taco Frenzy, which was a blast last year. Mayor, I'd like to see you, possibly the fire chief, maybe even Clayton, and the police chief. I think that would be a lot of fun. A few spots remain open. Participants interested in the challenge, and we want to take a door out. Additionally, applications for the Redo It Chips and Salsa contest will be opening soon, with more information to be released in the coming weeks. The next First Friday Coffee will be on March 6th and is being sponsored by Sierra View Medical Center. A ribbon cutting ceremony is scheduled for March 5th at 9 a.m. at the Bellevue Elementary School to celebrate the opening of the Porterville Unified School District's second Green Schoolyard project. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
My name is Lee Qualls. I want to kind of piggyback what that gentleman just before Scott was talking about. You know, we shouldn't punish people for being drug addicts. We shouldn't punish people for speeding. We shouldn't punish people for being sex offenders. We shouldn't punish people for murder. Let's just let the town be a free-for-all. That's basically what he's saying. I think the community needs to wake up. You gotta punish people that's on drugs. The ones that's not on drugs, very well. But if they're on drugs or breaking the law, punish them. And I'm talking about from an ex-drug addict's point of view that lived on the river. It's not harsh to punish people. I thank God that the community back then when I got in trouble isn't like it is today, to where they want to overlook the fact that these people are on drugs and they want to justify them using them and have the city help house them to where they can continue to use instead of getting a program. I'm all about helping drug addicts. Everybody here knows, most people know I have the Grace Project. Our church had one of the biggest homeless outreaches in this town until we was asked to stop while they cleaned the river up. I'm all about putting people in houses and getting them help. We put them all over California. But I'm not about, like all these other people, saying, let's turn the other cheek, don't punish drug addicts. We need to punish the drug addicts. We need to punish anybody that's doing anything illegal. The bottom line is, if we as a community overlook this and we say, oh, well, they're just drug addicts, they need help. You're right, they need help. The best way to get it is to get them in the system so they can get help because, again, coming from somebody that was busted multiple times on the streets, you don't just freely walk into somewhere and say, hey, I'm here to clean up. It's a forced thing because first thing a drug addict's going to do on my end was go back and use or go to those programs high. You've got to get somewhere into where they got a stable environment to where they are able to go to programs and not just freely sleep in a community's building for free and stay high. I'm sorry, I'm a local pastor, but I'm up to here with all this. Let's let these guys be drug addicts and live in a house for free, in a building for free, and continue to use. Let's get them somewhere where they can get help and not support them while they get high. That's not helping the community. That is enabling people to continue to live the life of being homeless and being drug addicts, which I am very thankful that didn't happen when I was out there using. We didn't have all this, let's overlook it. It was arrest them, put them in jail, and let's get them in a program. Now the ones that are homeless, that aren't on drugs, they need to help. We need to help them. But man, if they're breaking the law and they're on drugs, let's arrest their butts and get them put in a program. I'm all for it. Good job, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Qualls.
Good evening, gentlemen. Taha Saleh, address on file. Just wanted to talk about a couple items that are on the consent calendar. Number 1 and number 2, it kind of stated that it's coming from this, I don't know if it's the same bucket of $80,000 in the community development block. Also, I noticed on number 2, the different contractors there, just a wide range of the amounts of money that was there. I'm just curious if they're all coming equal or if they all are proposing something different. So, and I know that we exited the Tulare County Economic Corp. That we were paying $35,000 a year. So we're looking at, by my measure, like $120,000 if we do two different things. So, which could work, right? We're gonna get our own guy. But I also want to know, are other local cities using the same people, and then would that defeat the purpose if we're all using the same companies to do the same thing? So, as far as I think it was number 9, I had a beautiful conversation with the gentleman in Clovis. He's running for council, I think, State District 12, Masjid, and you know, there's a lot of pushback on that, and I don't agree with double taxing people that have gas cars. But I also want to suggest that we don't say no to things, and then the state pushes things on us, and then we're like, well, why weren't we at the table? So maybe there's an opportunity to amend the letter, Mr. Mayor, to say we are not for double taxation, but maybe electric cars should pay their fair share. They're not paying into it, and they're heavier vehicles, and we do have damage. So maybe it's an opportunity for the state to actually do something right and equal the playing field and allow these people to pay their fair share. And on 13, I noticed that $18,000 for the fire station HVAC, there wasn't another bid there. I was wondering if that's just a situation where they have a service contract that kind of just charges what they want. It just, to me, it sounded like it's a little bit higher. Maybe there's an opportunity to get a second bid, but just to save a few dollars. And then lastly, 14, I was gonna come up here and say congratulations on negotiated up from $20,000 to $100,000, because I noticed in the packet there was a $20,000 payment stipulated. Now it's $100,000, but I don't know if it's you told them about what was going on and they decided to give us $100,000, or the $100,000 is for the lease, because they're getting, in my opinion, a pretty good deal. We're not adding a 3% annual. We're doing a 10% every 5 years. So if that $100,000 to me is going to go to a party, then that changes the calculus for me, and it's a bad deal. We should forget the $100,000 and go to the 3%, unless you want to put the $100,000 back into the general budget and give it to the city. Then it's a good deal. So, and then lastly, customer service. I love what you always say about that. My dad said customer service is number 1, but it starts at the council. It starts how you talk to your people down here. So, you know, treat us with respect, and we'll treat you with respect. And I don't agree with people saying you're an idiot. That's a line too far, so thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Southern.
Martha Flores, address on file, simply to state I am here as a standalone, and I am not in alignment with anyone in council chambers. Tomorrow is a significant date. I was at an event and I decided to stop in and bring it to the table. I am the council member and mayor who, on February the 18th, 2020, was coming to a city council meeting when the library was engulfed in flames. And it was a reminder how cohesive and how everyone came together to the table. Your public safety, public works, everyone that was involved. But here is one evening where we were all evacuated from the council chambers and everywhere around us. And to be walking on the side while everything was engulfed in flames, and to comfort staff. And to remember and to recognize that in this tragedy, the community came together as one. There were no boundaries, no barriers, no significance of detachments of any sort. And once again, even though it is a significant date, I can vividly remember what was going on and how everyone came together, and there were some of us that couldn't do anything, but to see public safety doing their jobs and doing everything that they had to do, everyone dropped what they were doing and came together to help each other. This is all I'm going to say. It is a significant date. We lost 2 firefighters the day, the evening of, and the day after. It was something I will always remember. I will always carry with me, because I have not forgotten. Have a good evening, gentlemen.
Thank you, Ms. Flores.
My name is Deborah Roman, 1220 North Atkins Way here in Porterville. I'm a firm believer that all faiths and religions should be celebrated by our city. I am Catholic and graduated from St. Anne's School. I have many Christian, Muslim, Hindu, and Sikh friends and family. I also know many non-believers that are awesome people. But since the City Council spent public funds on transit wraps and banners that say, "In God We Trust," I believe that what I'm going to address is appropriate. During his earthly ministry, Jesus asked his followers to do many things that require real emotional and spiritual labor. Care for the poor, tend to the sick, visit prisoners, shelter refugees, look after the mentally ill, house the homeless, feed the hungry, welcome the foreigner, shelter the immigrant, and become a humble servant to the marginalized and outcast. These are things Jesus explicitly instructed his followers to do. These are hallmarks of being a decent human being. Spending funds on luxuries such as playground equipment and monuments rather than focusing on the priorities of the city does not seem like the assignment we were given.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Before I close oral communication and go on to council comments, the chair of the charter committee entered late. Can I still have him get up and legally give a presentation on the report?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't realize that I was on. Report given already. Want to hear me talk?
Legally, I'm good. Go ahead, Mr. Shelton.
We had a meeting. We actually blazed through them pretty fast. The attorney helped us. We narrowed it down to 4. Got some titles, got some optional titles for the council to look at. Move the whole thing along. It was a good conversation, about an hour and a half, and we actually had some members from Pecan showed up, kept us in line. It was a good meeting. I think they gave us some good input too. So I guess it's going to come back to you for final thoughts. We have a little time left, we think. If the council would like us to tackle 1 or 2 others, if we think we have enough time, I think the council or the committee would relish that opportunity. But we got to get into the money now. I'm getting some numbers now on what it's going to cost to do these items, and it's substantial. So maybe we should see how much money we want to spend and go backwards from there. If you got any questions, I'll be glad to answer. And I apologize again. I didn't realize it was on the agenda.
Oh, no, it's okay. Maybe we could do a better job of reaching out to you, huh?
Yeah,
So my question to Taha Saleh, question to you, self-performed street maintenance, it's my priority 1. What was the conversations like around it? I haven't got to watch the meeting yet.
You know, I would say it was fairly supportive of that. Even Taha, I think, agreed to that. It makes sense. We should be doing our own work. And I think it was like, the opinion I got on it is that we're kind of doing it now, but this, if we had it in a charter, it would nail it down, it would be kind of appeal-proof by some other factions. So it was popular. Some of the other stuff, Mr. Mayor, not so popular. So I think when that item comes up and we do that report, I think you'll kind of see where it's going. And then at that point, I think if you would like to redirect us or whatever else, I'm sure we'd be open to it. I got a message from Dawn Bennett, who's been absent for a meeting, and she's rip-roaring ready to go. I got another gentleman that expressed some interest in being on the committee. So we're still going, but again, we are running down the wire, you know what I mean?
I appreciate that, Mr. Shelton. I really like to highlight the fact that we really have to prioritize that self-performed street maintenance, because we're roughly 20, 30 miles behind on our roads in our city, and we pay one of the highest tax rates in the nation.
I think we're like 50 million behind on our.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. So with this self-performed street maintenance, and if we could add this to our charter, it really opens the doors to continue the work we're doing. So
I don't believe anybody was averse to it. I think everybody was, kind of saw the value.
I think my main objective here is to let the people in the audience know what's being worked on.
Anybody is welcome to come to the meeting if they would like to come and
and I'm pretty liberal, and if they've got something to say, I let them chew on me for a while, and the people that were there were very cordial, had a lot of good insights and everything else, so I encourage anyone who wants to come, and give us a contrary opinion.
Thank you, sir. Does any council members have any statements or questions?
Yeah, you have any other meetings scheduled?
No, actually, we're waiting on you now, as
Oh,
a matter
okay.
of fact, for you guys to look at it. I mean, the dare was, we got it done in one night. We blazed through it, and so we keep punting it back in your court, and then you just keep punting it back in ours. But we're ready to go.
So Mayor, I can help out with that question, just because I was there. So great meeting. The committee had approved several ballot measures, all addressed every item that the council had given to them. So I've got it actually now. In fact, I've worked on it most of the day today. So went back and watched it and then made sure I had all the ballot language proper that was approved. And I'm working on now making some last final changes to a couple of the sections because some of them were harder, the actual legislation. But the idea is to bring an item from the Charter Review Committee with their recommendations to the council at the next meeting for you to consider. So, and then at that point, then you can also decide if you'd like, Chairman is saying, provide additional direction to the
Maybe
committee.
some cleanup there. And I want to note too, before anybody would say, well, gee, it was already, a fait accompli. We had a lot of discussions, as the attorney can,
yeah.
sometimes there were 3 different versions of the same thing, and we had to have a vote, and I lost one, which I didn't take too well, being the chairman, but I took it in stride, and yeah, you laugh about it.
There's some alternatives on some of them.
But anyway, so the point is, it was a very, if not diplomatic, democratic, process, you know what I mean? So,
Wonderful.
Yeah. Any more questions?
No. Well, I just want to say thank you very much for your hard work and your committee and presented that to us, and I'd like to see the outcome of it. Thank you.
Well, we'll see if you like it. All right, thank you.
Hey, thank you, Greg, and all the members that are sacrificing their time to open this charter and actually make change in our city, so thank you.
I'll tell them that you appreciated it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to council comments. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments?
Try to recall everything that was said. I wasn't really necessarily taking notes because
it was an hour and a half.
A little bit of the about on the homelessness. Yeah, it's a definitely issue. There's not enough money to solve that problem, and we'll be talking about that item later on. Some of the comments, about the old courthouse, that's very expensive to rehabilitate and bring into compliance, and we already have a shelter to double the shelter and divide staffing between 2 different locations. I get it, we want to help. I'm on the homeless committee. Sometimes it's just not enough volunteers and support. It's not a matter of necessarily commitment from the city and staff. As we saw these tragedies lately, they saw the GoFundMes, different efforts. So the community is definitely there and willing to help. I think just the caveat of getting volunteers to see where they can help out. There's 3 things that always help a problem. It's your time, your treasure, your talent. And so I just ask the residents, the businesses, the faith-based communities, nonprofits, just to, if they're listening to this message or this could be shared with them, to connect with the rescue mission, connect with the navigation center, and see how to plug in and help. It doesn't have. It could be a season. Right now may not be a good time for somebody, but to remember those entities in a time when you're able to. That's it.
Great comments, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Councilman Rivas.
I just want to reflect on a lot of comments about this homelessness. I took a special trip, an unexpected trip to the rescue mission. I didn't let them know I was coming. I wanted to see them for who they were. And when I showed up, I was very impressed. And because, sometimes when you let people know that you're coming, they try to clean up things and you don't see the real them. And I do things a little different. But when I was there, I met a good man by the name of Bobby. He introduced me with all the programs and the religious base, and we hit it off pretty good. And he was explaining things about what was going on in the area, and I was impressed. And while we were talking, Esther showed up. And while she showed up, she explained to me what the programs were about and the meals and everything is nutritional. Things like what I used to custom when I used to work for the state. And they do have programs. And it was about a good hour meeting. And I was very impressed, and I'm very supportive of what they're doing, along with the navigation. But we're not heartless up here. I mean, so you guys might think we are, but we're not. You know, we try to mitigate the numbers in regards to funding, and sometimes we just don't have the funding. And sometimes, I know you'd harp about the parks and stuff like that, but, you know, we also want to give back to the community, for the children, for the kids. But as like Mr. Qualls once said, you got to stop enabling people. I mean, you can raise your eyebrow, you can do all that. I was there in the prison system for 34 years. I know what it's about. And when they go in there, they have their own set of rules. And you got to get clean. If you don't get clean, like I said, there's unwritten rules in there that they get clean very quick. So with that, you know, it's just, I support the Porterville Rescue Mission. I support the navigation, and if we can do something for them, I mean, I'm all for it. But in regards to the armory, that was handed down to us years ago, where we left that open for a year, 13 months extra, because we did the numbers. And by the mayor and the vice mayor and all the council up here, we extended it, or else the previous administration was going to shut it down. You guys don't remember that, but we do, because we were in the negotiations with that. But you guys want to harp on everything that we've done, we're doing. No, we've extended it. We've extended it 13 months, even an additional month. So give us a little bit of latitude when you come out and talk about this we're heartless people, because we're not. We believe they're human beings. I know they're human beings, but sometimes when you get caught up in those drugs, it's that monkey that gets you. And I know a lot about that, because I used to supervise those guys for 34 years. Lifers, double lifers, that ain't never going home. So all I'm saying is, if it comes to my agenda and we can support Porterville Rescue Mission and the navigation, I'm all for it. So with that, I'll turn that back to you.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Yeah, just a few comments. It was really great to see Martha in here. Haven't seen her for a while. It was great to have that heartfelt conversation and get on the record. We're going to have this event this week, commemorating those men that lost their lives. And there's a lot of emotion around that, and we've got to heal from that. And I think when we get the library finished, that'll be that moment when we can really get some closure. And I'd just like to remind everybody, it hurt, you know, it's not just those men that lost their lives. Like Martha was saying, it was everybody impacted by that, and everybody that pulled together. And it's really nice to have Martha come in and give her perspective on that, because she was here, and she experienced that, and it was good to have that reminder. My son-in-law, that was his first fire. We still talk about it. You know, he lost his captain. And it hurts the community in a lot of different ways that people may not understand. And the way we come together and celebrate that and work towards closure is really important. So thank you for coming in, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate that. I wanted to also say just a few things. There was comments about the bus shelters and the bus poles. That was done a year ago. That stuff takes a while to get done. But remember, you can't put a full bus stop at every bus stop. Full bench at every bus stop. So you have to, you know, pick and choose. You got 100 of these other small locations where you're going to pick up 1 or 2 people. That was the best we could do at the time. I think it's pretty good. It's got a little light on it. You sit on there, and so if it's dark, you know, the bus knows to pick you up. And so I think it'll be very effective. So let's make sure that we keep an eye on it, make sure it delivers. But just understanding how that works is important. So when we talk about it on the record, it's important to understand why we did what we did. We are getting a new library. I know it was in the newspaper, I know we've talked about it, and we voted on it, and it's funded, and it's underway. So I know we keep hearing some conversations about library funding. That's now fait accompli, they say. We are going to go through and get that library done. Also, I noticed that there was some conversations about In God We Trust. In 2008, this city voted overwhelmingly, 83% of the vote, to make In God We Trust the motto of our city. So it's really important that we share that everywhere. And I know there was some concerns about that, or maybe the fragrance or whatever, but that's what the people wanted. That's what the people voted for, and we are celebrating that. And so I just want to make that plain. That's something that the people voted for. That's something that the people wanted. And we want to make sure that we advertise our city motto. As far as the evacuation center, so there's no misinformation out there. The armory was always meant to be temporary. It was never meant to be permanent. We tried to make it permanent, but we couldn't get the funding, and so now it's ending. And I would just like to say, I think it was a good run. The parkway is cleaned up. The evacuation center has run its course. We now have shifted in a new direction, and we're going to support the faith-based community. I really love the love in the room tonight, the prayer, the heartfelt sentiment, the calls. I echo everything that Mr. Beltran, Councilman Beltran said about our community pulling together. We're seeing real progress here, and that's because we're all chipping in together. And it's just not us up here writing a check. It's everybody working together. And so I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
I think my colleagues nailed it. I don't think did we mention the navigation center? Yeah, so we're still providing services. There was also comments on the money that came from the county that went to our police department for our SMART team. They do provide resources, bridging program, helping people get off the streets. So it's not a waste of funds. We do care. With that, we'll move on to consent calendar. I think you guys all nailed it. So all consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. I would like to remove agenda item number 9 to scheduled matters. Does council have any other requests?
I would like to pull item 14.
14.
There was a change, so I want to pull 1, 2, 16, and 17. So my list is 1, 2, 9, 14, 16, 17.
Yes.
Make a motion to move those to scheduled matters. 1, 2, 9, 14, 16, and 17.
So your motion is to go with 1 through 17 minus 1, 2, 9, 14, 16, and 17.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll second that motion. If there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote.
And one
Oh,
more. No,
Councilman.
Item number 10.
Item number 10.
Add 1. So I will accept that amendment, item number 10.
Staff noted, item number 10. Okay, we'll call for the vote. I just got to hit refresh, right, Fernando? Mine's not pulling up for vote, so just refresh it.
I was going like, what the hell? It says vote, approve motion. Going like, I know. Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
For who, all of them?
Mine's still refreshing.
Get what you money, get what you pay for.
We could do a roll call vote if it's.
Okay, go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Councilmember Rivas,
Aye.
Councilmember Green,
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran,
Aye.
Vice Mayor McCurvey,
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to our first public hearing, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We have 3 public hearings tonight. The first item is the adoption of amended community development block grant, commonly referred to as CDBG, the Citizen Participation Plan, and I've asked Director Calderon to provide the staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The Community Development Block Grant Entitlement Program provides annual federal funding to eligible cities and counties to support viable urban communities. These funds help provide decent housing, affordable, sustainable living environment, and expanded economic opportunities, mainly for low and moderate income persons. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD, requires each jurisdiction receiving CDBG entitlement funds to prepare, adopt, and maintain a citizens' participation plan under 24 CFR Part 91.105. The CPP explains how residents and stakeholders can take part in planning, carrying out, and reviewing CDBG-funded activities. This includes the city's consolidated plan, annual action plan, consolidated annual performance evaluation report, and any substantial amendments. The CPP is reviewed each year as part of the CDBG's reporting process. During this review, staff update the CPP to clarify any language, reduce duplication, and combine information to improve readability and usability while staying fully compliant with the HUD requirements. Any substantial amendment to the CPP requires at least a 30-day public comment period and City Council approval before submission to HUD. The amended CPP must be approved by the City Council before it can be included in the city's annual action plan submitted to HUD. We're currently in the annual action plan planning phase, and so therefore we're bringing this item to you for review and approval. And also, the recommendation is to conduct a public hearing to receive any public testimony on the amendments, and then followed by a recommendation to amend the community development citizens participation plan. And end of my report.
Thank you, Ms. Calderon. At this time, we'll open the public hearing at 8:19. Does anybody have any comments? Please come forward at this time. I'm not seeing anyone. We will close the public hearing at 8:19. Bring it back to council. Does council have any questions for staff? No, it's pretty straightforward. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion to accept staff recommendations.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Fernando, unfortunately, mine is still loading.
So, okay. Let's go ahead. We can do a roll call vote.
Do another roll? Okay. So go ahead and call for the vote, sir.
Councilmember Rivas.
Yeah, A, yes.
Councilmember Green.
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Yes. Passes 5-0. Okay.
Second item.
Do we need to read or any? Julia was, no, we don't. That's second here.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This item is in regards to the approval of a tentative subdivision map for the Morton residential development, and I'll pass it back over to Director Calderon again.
Thank you. The City of Porterville received an application for the Morton residential tentative map. The project was reviewed by staff at the Project Review Committee meeting on March 26, 2025, and staff provided comments outlining the entitlement process and application development standards. This project includes a tentative subdivision map for APN 245150019, which is a 4.89 acre parcel located on the south side of Morton Avenue, east of Westwood Street. This site is designated low-density residential under the Porterville 2030 General Plan land use element and is zoned RS2. The proposal would subdivide the property into 16 single-family residential lots ranging from approximately 7,300 to 19,200 square feet. The project also includes construction of a cul-de-sac, internal streets with sidewalks, parkway strips, and streetlights, as well as improvements within adjacent street right-of-way areas. So the project has gross density of 3.27 units per acre, which is below the maximum 6.0 units per acre allowed under the low-density residential designation. The surrounding area consists primarily of single-family homes, along with rural residential uses and a public school to the west. The subdivision is compatible with the existing neighborhood and is consistent with the general plan and Porterville Development Ordinance, Series 400 Land Division Regulations. The applicant requested a minor variation under Section 400.05, which is the authority to vary regulations related to the lot dimensions. This request relates to lot size and design for lots that exceed 2.5 times their width. The zoning administrator determined the variation is minimal and does not require a conditional use permit. Under the California Subdivision Map Act and the PDO Series 400, both a tentative and a final map are required to subdivide land into 5 or more parcels. So an approved tentative map is valid for 24 months with extensions available. The project will be responsible for construction of the cul-de-sac, installation of sidewalks, payment of development impact fees, and fair share contributions towards capital improvements. Pursuant to the Development Ordinance, Section 400.04, none of the required findings for denial can be made. This project is consistent with the general plan, suitable for the proposed development and density, and will not cause environmental damage or public health concerns, and does not conflict with public easements. An environmental evaluation determined the project qualifies for CEQA, categorical exemption under Section 15335, which is the Class 32 infill development projects, as it will not have a significant effect on the environment. Overall, the project will provide needed housing consistence with the general plan and housing element, and will help the city meet its regional housing needs allocation. The recommendation before council is to conduct a public hearing to receive public testimony on the proposed tentative subdivision map for the Morton residential development. Find that the proposed tentative subdivision map is categorically exempt from the environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 332, and adopt a resolution approving the tentative subdivision map for the Morton residential development, subject to conditions of approval. And that concludes my report. I believe the applicant was here. I'm not sure if they're still here. And then we also have our city planner online for any questions.
Thank you, Director Calderon. With that, we will open the public hearing at 8:24. If you have any comments on this matter, please come forward at this time. I'm not seeing anyone, so we will close the public hearing at 8:24, bring it back to council. Does council have any questions for staff?
I'll just make a quick comment. In this, the tentative map wasn't available, but thankfully I was able to go back and reference the PRC meeting, which then answered any questions that I may have had. So great job by staff commenting on the project as it went through each department. And so if there's no other comments, I would just make a motion for staff recommendations.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Rivas.
Aye.
Councilmember Green.
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to our third public hearing tonight. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is our final public hearing for tonight. It's in regards to the consideration of an amended conditions of approval for the Villas at Della Farms development project, and I ask Director Cervantes to provide the staff report.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The Villas at Della Farms is an approved project consisting of a subdivision of approximately 25.47 acres into 160 residential lots located at the southwest corner of East Morton Avenue and North Leggett Street. Following additional review by the Engineering and Project Management Department in coordination with project applicant, staff determined that modifications to the required right-of-way dedication and associated street improvements along East Morton Avenue, North Leggett Street, East Cleveland Avenue, and North Henry are necessary to better align with the city's adopted land use and circulation element and current infrastructure standards. The proposed amendments do not expand the project footprint, increase the number of lots, or intensify development beyond what was previously approved. The amendment refines right-of-way dedication and improvement requirements to ensure consistency with adopted circulation standards and to fit within the boundaries of the project. Recommendation is that the City Council conduct a public hearing to receive public testimony regarding the proposed amendment to the conditions of approval for the Villas at Della Farms development project. Find that the proposed amendment is consistent with the previously adopted environmental documents and that no further environmental review is required pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, and adopt a resolution approving the amended conditions of approval for the Villas at Della Farms development project. That's all.
Thank you, Director Cervantes. Okay, opening the public hearing at 8:27. Does anyone have any comments? I'm not seeing anyone, so we'll close the public hearing at 8:27. Bring it back to the council. Does the council have any questions?
No questions.
For staff? No? I'm looking for a motion.
I motion for staff recommendations 1 through 3.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call.
Councilmember Rivas.
Aye.
Councilmember Green.
Aye.
Councilmember Beltran.
Aye.
Vice Mayor McCurvey.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye, passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matters. Let's take a recess. Let Fernando fix my machine here, and then we'll come back. I was hoping we'd go home early tonight, but
We're going home early.
We'll be all right.
we got 7 items. We'll reconvene from recess. What are you saying that for?
Party going on in here. Gab Fest. Community spirit.
All right, we'll move on to our first scheduled matter of the night. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. It's time to roll up the sleeves and get to work. We got 10 scheduled matters tonight, rapid fire. But the first one out of the gate is consideration of a donation to the Porterville Rescue Mission. At the last City Council meeting on February 4th, the Vice Mayor requested that an item be brought forward to City Council for City Council consideration regarding a potential donation to the Porterville Rescue Mission. The request was made during the meeting, and no specific dollar amount was identified at that time. Because no donation amount was specified, staff is returning the item to City Council for discussion and direction regarding whether a donation should be made, and if so, the dollar amount to be contributed. Funding for any approved donation would be provided from the Special Purpose Reserve Fund. It's staff's recommendation that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing a donation to the Porterville Rescue Mission from the Special Purposes Reserve Fund in an amount to be determined by the City Council.
You know, that fund is a mouthful. I like calling it council's discretionary spending. Vice Mayor McCurvey, you brought this forward. Go ahead and lead on it, sir.
Well, thank you for bringing this forward, City Manager. And, opening statement on the City Council Reserve Fund, it is discretionary, and it does take all 5 of us to vote for something. And last year, I think we returned 80,000 of the 100,000 that we had set aside, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me on that. And there are things that we spend money on in the city, and the council has set that aside to support the city in general. And we knew that we spent some money last year, and we gave 80,000 of that back. So we did support some organizations throughout the city last year in various ways. And this year, we're already over halfway through the budget, and now we have spent just a little bit of that money. And I would recommend to my colleagues, and I didn't specify a dollar amount, but this money that I'm going to recommend that we give to the Porterville Rescue Mission is going to go a long ways to helping a really good organization that does a lot for our community and has been in our community and doing this good work for a long time. And I think that there's a great opportunity for us to support them with this discretionary fund. And it is at a time when we are sunsetting the Armory, and it's at a time in their location, they're doing a lot already to pull folks in that were sleeping at the Armory. They're already pulling them over there, and it's really helping the city. Even though we can't keep that emergency center open, their mission is every day, all day, and all night. And I had the pleasure of sitting with them this week to see what their needs were and look at their operation, and it was great to see how much they do with the prison ministries and how much they do for our residents around the city. All day, every day, they're there working with suicide. They're working with all sorts of things that you can't imagine. And they just do such great work. In talking with Pastor Esther about this, they have documented that they have saved 73 souls. And some of those, I think one's in the Air Force now. One of them is an RN now. There's several working on medical degrees. And this is real success. And so what I wanted to do is I just wanted to say at this time, as we go through these changes in our city, let's lift up the organization that's doing a lot of good, maybe the most good, but knowing full well that this organization is the tip of the spear, because there's lots of organizations around our city, and we saw that love in here tonight with everyone praying and talking about their story. But there are people that donate food and resources and time, and there are churches that support the rescue mission and just private organizations, and all of that working together for the good. And I just wanted to put this out there and say I would like to recommend that we would even do a substantial donation that could help them through this year, at least through the season, and maybe carry them through the year. And so I would want to just put that on the table and say, no strings attached. There's benevolence here from the city, with discretion, to let them do what they do best the way they see fit. And I want to recommend a $5,000 donation.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor McCurvey, for your comments. Councilman Beltran, I know you had some comments and worked with this. Go ahead, sir.
So just to disclose, my father helps at the rescue mission. He's not a board member. He's not a paid individual. He's just been doing this for many years. I look back at my messages that I've had. I've been donating to the rescue mission since 2020. Didn't know this would be on an agenda item. I just want to disclose I did have a connection with them. There are members of my church that also help with them. So I just want to disclose that. But the only kind of questions I had is, I don't necessarily know what the rescue mission's needs are. I guess to summarize everything is they have helped individuals just as much as our navigation center with no tax dollars. And so I really appreciate that entity that can take on, 30, 60 people and really help them out. I think cutting all the different, discussion, getting right to the point, I would phrase this as on the homeless committee, I asked, I believe 3 years ago for a reunification project with the navigation center, and we gave $5,000 to them to reunify families and to help parents get back with their children, because at the navigation center they're limited and the children aren't allowed there. And so similar to that move that I requested back then, there's been some great things that came about that relationships, fostering opportunities for people to get back with their children or back with their families. And so similar, I would almost call this a reunification 2.0, and that probably that same amount of $5,000 similar to reunification. This is almost just a mirrored image of that, but just at a different location. With the caveat, kind of what we did with the navigation center is because maybe they can give us a report back, a status report at the end of our budget years, which is June, to see what the status is, because I don't know if it's trash bins, if their sewer rates are gonna go higher because the more use of bathrooms. I don't know what their issues are that they need help with. And so, but I'm in alignment with you, Vice Mayor, with something around the $5,000 range and then we could reevaluate this in a few months. I don't know if there's somebody for the rescue mission.
Yeah, let council go through. Fred, come on up. That's fine, if you'd like to say something.
Fred Beltran and Bobby with the Rescue Mission. I just want to make sure that we're understanding this. And we didn't come up here to ask for any funding, and I think you offered it. We are in line with trying to do the unification projects with the police department and other things. We're gonna do this project regardless of whether there's funding or not. Just the fact that we've been able to bring this to light of the work we've been doing there we've got other donors that are willing to step up, and I think if we continue down that path, it's taken us a good number of years to build a relationship that we've got to this point. And at this point in time, we can do it, we will do it, whether we get 2 people there, 5 people, 10 people, we're gonna be able to do it. It is gonna cost us a little bit more, but I think we'll be able to absorb any funding. And I think the discussions regarding this whole project and the homelessness, I think needs to continue, because there's other methods, whether it's the rescue mission, and I know the navigation center is doing some more work over there for additional housing and bathrooms and showers and that kind of stuff. So at this point in time, like I said, I don't know that we really want to receive any funding. I know that it would open up a can of worms for a lot of other entities that may be wanting to do the same thing, but I think, they would have to prove that whatever they're gonna be doing is gonna help the community.
Mr. Beltran, are you saying you don't want the money?
We don't need
Yes,
the
sir.
money.
But I would like to say a few things real quick, if that's okay with you. Because I'm on here on behalf of Pastor Esther and the Rescue Mission, which I'd like to clarify. Our legal name is the New Porterville Rescue Mission. So it's not just the Rescue Mission, the Porterville Rescue Mission, but for the legal record. Anyways, so just just that we're here on this item right now already is a big, it's a big deal for us, Rescue Mission, because of all the past we've had with the city and everything. You know, in God we trust, it says up there, right? You know, we've over the years with Pastor Esther, blood, sweat, and tears, have developed a trust with you guys, and now you guys are, you know, it means a lot to us that you guys want to give us this money, you know, because that just shows where we are together as a team, wanting to both go forward in the same, to help the homeless, right? And so, I would like to say that I would like to thank Vice Mayor McCurvey and AJ for showing a personal interest and coming on down to the Rescue Mission and talking to us about stuff and what we need. And really, so where I was going with the In God We Trust is that, you know, you can't trust someone you don't know, right? So you have to build that personal relationship with God in order to trust Him, right? You're not going to trust nobody you don't know. So I don't believe in this one-size-fits-all, bag 'em and tag 'em, or enabling them. I don't believe in either side, right? I believe that everybody has a unique way of handling their program, right? So, I mean, with that being said, like, there's no easy formula here, and I believe that a lot of people are trying to look for an easy formula to the solution, and there is none. There's none. There's no easy solution to this.
If it was, it'd already been solved.
Amen. That's right. So, what we suggest, because Jesus says that what I give you freely, and what we suggest is that everybody come together as a city and start building personal relationships with these people who the only thing that they trust is drugs, because that's all that anyone has shown them to trust is drugs, you know. They sit out there on the river, and we go out there and we give them food, but then they don't see us again for a month. You know, instead, build a relationship with somebody and long-term and not just part-term, and then they will start listening to what we have to say more than the drug.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? That's where I feel is what our message we want to present to the city and to everybody. And also, you know, we are open to donations, but, you know, there's a lot of legal issues when it comes to city giving money to a religious, you know.
Our legal team will take care of that. You don't have to listen to people from the audience. I appreciate your comments.
Actually, no. This is my own research that I've done myself. Nobody told me nothing. I'm just saying that, also, you know, we don't, you know, God has provided everything that we've ever needed, and with the help of donors and anybody in the room that, you know, wants to donate, we are open to personal donations, you know, and that's what's going to help the community coming together, working together.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Green, do you have any comments? Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
Yeah, you know, very well said, because you do have to build that trust. You know, when I was working where I was at, you know, a lot of those individuals came in strung out to the bone, where they're climbing walls, they're chewing on their teeth, they're tearing their skins apart and stuff like that. But the thing is you got to remain there. You got to show them that you care. And money is essential, but it's not everything. You have to be there. But in regards to what you're asking, you know, with this, the city getting involved with religion, and we're not donating for religion. We're donating because it's a rescue mission. It's to help the people. And it has nothing to do with religion. So I don't want people to get that confused.
Well, there's some other things that, this council is on board with us, but there's maybe future ones that don't, and we don't want to have them bring this up again later on and be like, well, you know, the city's done this, and the city's done this, you know. And this council member is great. We love you guys. You guys are reaching out, and you're helping, you know, you're building trust with us. But in the future, we don't want to have that stigma over our heads that, oh, well, the city's donated you guys, so now you owe us this. You know, we don't want that. And do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I don't think this council, and I can't.
And I completely agree with this council. This council's amazing.
I cannot vision what the other members can do after I leave, or whatever the case may be. But I know what I'm going to do. Is I would like to entertain the 5,000, no strings attached, because you're transparent. Because remember, I walked in there not letting you know who I was, and you treated me with open arms. Now, if you did that for me, not being, you know, on drugs, I can just imagine what you can do, what you've done to people and saving people's lives. So with that, it inspired me, and I really like your guys' program, because the program that you envisioned is the same program that was inside the penal system. And that's what helps people, is people that care and people that help out people and don't leave them just by giving them a sack lunch. And then I'll see you in a month. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to be there with them, and they have to know, and they have to build that trust. So with you, with that, I turn that back to you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. You know, I'll be the hard guy. There's pros and cons and all, right? Councilman Beltran made a great point. We spend $2 million on our navigation center, and you guys are keeping up with that with local donations, right? Something I saw here tonight, you saved lives, but you also saved souls. And through saving, through saving souls, you've saved lives. And I do like seeing that. Now, talk about the cons. Now you're going to boo me. So, I don't want tent cities. I don't want it in the community. I don't like the location. We have big developments coming in the future, and so I don't like the location of the Porterville Rescue Mission, the new Porterville Rescue Mission where it is, and so it's a big eyesore with the tent cities, and so I would like to refrain from going down that road. I do support a one-time donation. Me personally, I would like a string attached, and let's call it a request, not a string attached. But I'd love to see you guys come back and report in 6 months. Not that it's an agenda, but give us the 3-minute oral communication of what's going on at the Porterville Rescue Mission. Keep us engaged, right? I hope that this can develop, at least with this council in the future, maybe a different location that can be looked at, worked on in collaboration with the city and the new Porterville Rescue Mission that would fit the city better. And that'll be something that maybe the vice mayor and some of you can work on in the future, or Councilman Beltran with the Link Committee and Councilman Rivas. You guys have really been leading strong on the homeless or people experiencing homelessness issues, so I really appreciate the work you've done. But it sounds like we have consent here. I'm looking for a motion, and we can move on.
Mayor, I was going to just in light of the issue that was raised on the legal, I just wanted to make it clear that we are aware, so there is one small legal string when we're dealing with providing money to a religious organization, which is that, and I don't think it's an issue for the Rescue Mission, because my understanding is the Rescue Mission offers the services, the counseling and the services based in the Christian faith, and they don't mandate it. So that probably takes care of it. And I think they're well aware of this issue, as they've noted, which is simply that they can't require participants to attend religious services or require them to pray in exchange for any services or support that has been, that the public money has gone to. So if they're providing shelter and food with regard to anybody who needs it, with regard to the funding that's provided by the city, there's not a problem.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Let me finish up, and I think that's what we're going. The awareness now of the Rescue Mission has gone from way down here to way up here. The donations will be coming in, and we know our limitations are there where we're at, and that's what we're looking for is growth, whether it's there or somewhere else. And job training, we have a crew that goes out there and works, so we're looking for resources to be able to get housing, to be able to get jobs for these guys, education, those type of things are connections. We talked about the lunch programs from the school to be able to go pick them up and get free lunches because they throw all that stuff away. So programs like that not only help the Rescue Mission, but helps the other entities that are working with those projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beltran. I'm looking for a motion, gentlemen.
I will forward the motion, Your Honor.
I second.
Okay, so for a $5,000 donation, no strings attached, and with the legal advice. So we have a first and a second. If there's no other discussion, we'll call for the vote.
What are we using? We're back.
We're back in business. Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 22, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is somewhat of a cleanup item. At the last meeting, the city council approved the amended and restated Joint Powers Authority Agreement establishing membership in the Tule East Groundwater Sustainability Agency and appointed the Public Works Director to serve as the city's alternate member rep on the GSA board. During the action, the city council inadvertently did not appoint a city council member to serve as the city member's representative. It's a cleanup item, simple, and so staff is recommending that the city council appoint one member of the city council to serve as the city's member representative.
Okay,
to the
bringing
east.
it, we're going to speed through this because an individual has already been sworn in. Okay, so I make my motion that Councilman Green is the already sworn in individual.
I second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote.
Do I abstain?
No, you just vote yes.
Yeah, I could say, I know nothing.
Passes 5-0. Moving on to schedule matter number 23. City
Thank you,
Manager.
Mayor. This is, and council, this is in consideration of an ordinance amending chapter 15.20 of the Porterville Municipal Code relating to entertainment zones. This came out of a good discussion in the downtown committee where a car show is being planned. They had asked the committee about the opportunity to allow those that are participating or just showing up to look at the cars, if there was any way that they could walk around the event with alcohol. From the committee, the committee's recommended that staff take a look at what it would take to allow folks to walk around the event with alcohol, and what it will take is the creation of an entertainment zone as well as adhering to all the ABC requirements. From that information, staff has taken quite a bit of time to draft the operating standards for the entertainment zone. It's really important that we define the zone itself.
Yeah.
Staff is proposing that it strictly be, at this time, to be on Main Street from Olive to Morton. Now, granted, each community civic event defines, the area in the Main Street. So it may not. I don't foresee an event that would be all the way from Olive to Morton. However, we could further define it like Zone A and Zone B. Councilman Beltran suggested that, and I thought that was a good idea. We also provide the hours of operation in the operating standards, the insurance requirements, et cetera. We also attached to the staff report what the draft ordinance amendment would look like for your consideration. Ultimately, staff would like feedback on both the operating standards and then the draft ordinance. If there's any amendments that you want to make or edits to that, we can do that. And then our goal is to initiate an amendment to the municipal code, specifically in chapter 15.20, which is in the area. If you read the municipal code, it's in regards to community civic events and other similar activities. We also are looking for the council to approve the draft downtown entertainment zone operating standards that serve as a management plan that governs the entertainment zone events. And then lastly, staff is recommending that we schedule and conduct a public hearing on March 3rd to consider adoption of an ordinance amending chapter 15.20 of the Porterville Municipal Code. That's staff's recommendation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager, and I'll bring it back to the council, and we're going to try to speed through this one, too. I think it's a great idea. I heard it in the downtown committee be brought up and pushing forward. I threw out the idea of $10 wristbands to be sold, so that way we can identify, and then those funds go to city resources for managing these events. My thought, someone from the airport reached out to me, the committee, and they were talking about wanting to try to bring the fly-in back to Porterville. And so there's opportunity with this entertainment zone to amend and add the airport to the zoning, so that way we can have events, car shows, air shows out at our airport and polish that crown jewel out south of town here. That would be my amendment that I'd like. That is my motion. My motion is to go with staff recommendations and then add the airport to the zoning. Does council have any other input?
No.
I agree with you, Mayor. Go ahead. No, I'm just saying, I think that's a great idea. I agree with it.
Okay, that's a second. Go ahead, Councilman Beltran.
Yeah, I had a few comments. Thank you for clarifying on the bracelet charge, because one of the things that popped out for me is PD is going to have to be the one that's going to do this detail. And I mean, we're talking, obviously we don't know how large of a scope this might be. I thought of like 2 different zones where it can make the area a little bit smaller, but a little free to walk around. But you might have a place that has like the kids zone and maybe family-friendly stuff. Maybe there's church organizations or something that might want to be in one section versus the other, kind of give that option. But I was concerned with what the cost might be to the taxpayers to provide that security. I couldn't imagine what an hourly rate for an officer is times 20 or whatever it may be. And so that was just a concern for me, is what the funds would be to help backfill the impact. Thank you. The second part was, let's see, did we do any surveys to see about the downtown businesses that wanted to do this? Was there any outreach to any entities?
So what was reported in the downtown committee was that all of the eating establishments that we have downtown that serve alcohol were all interested. And I think that's part of the way this is written. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, so in the idea would be if you shut down Zone A or Zone B or one or the other, and then that business is in there, they would have to get a temporary ABC license to sell
Off-site.
alcohol, but it would have to be, and then it wouldn't be like the wine hop where you have to pour the wine out, but it's a closed down street, so it's different. And then now you're inviting the people that come to the event, in this case it's a car show that's triggering this, that they would be able to go in and have a hamburger and have a beer, and then maybe take their beer out and look. But it's got to be in a plastic cup, and it's got to be under all these rules. So it is kind of opening things up, but that's the idea. And they said they talked to all of the eating establishments, the restaurants, and they were all in favor of.
Excited for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched the meeting. It was really a great meeting. And something else, just with making sure PD is there, a show of force is the greatest deterrent. And if we're going to have people drinking, we want PD walking the streets. And we're sticking just to alcohol as far as like beer and wine, no hard alcohol. Yeah, no hard liquor.
The last thing I think, or maybe possibly two, is like a tamper-proof. Obviously, it showed in there that they wanted to make sure it was certain containers. I didn't know if we wanted to regulate in tamper-proof, because then you start getting down, checking everybody's container. I just didn't know what staff, if they've been looking at what other municipalities have been using for this to like identify if it's that one of those drinks.
Yeah, we took a look at the city of Sacramento. Much of our development ordinance the development of our operating standards came from the city of Sacramento. We looked at Visalia and some others. We didn't go into that level of detail. Now, if that's the desire of the council, we wanted to get the basics within the operating standards and hopes that let's take it for the first year and see how it goes. If we need to tighten things up further, we can. But to your point, as far as tamper resistant cups, I didn't see those in the ordinances or operating standards that I reviewed, but they could be definitely out there.
So the cups do have to be approved by the ABC.
Okay, so there's a
Right.
standard, okay. And lastly was, because it said like, well, this will be reviewed after 2 years, I believe. One of my concern was that this might open up for a bunch of organizations that want to start having events. And so I didn't know how we felt about putting a cap on how many would be allowed annually. And if there's too many of them, let's say, I don't know what that number is, but it goes into a lottery.
Well, and I think let's leave it open, don't overregulate, and then adjust. What if we generate more revenue from the sales of wristbands than what it costs us to operate it? You know, there's the what if, right? So let's open the door, see how it goes, and then adjust.
Yeah, I just, again, that's my conservative part of me that talks. That's how I think out loud. Because to your point was my concern is I didn't necessarily want to believe that or put my trust in that. I want alcohol to be the driver of our economic development on Main Street. It could be a component, but kind of like the cannabis in my perspective, it got a little out of hand with 3. And so kind of like you said, well, let's try it out and see what happens versus let's allow 6, 8, 10, I don't know what it is, in a 1-year calendar and see how they operate. Because if, let's say, 30 get put in requests, are we going to pick and choose who is?
Yes.
I'd hate to be the one that picks and chooses who gets
You
to have
have
one
in
or
the
not.
past.
How?
You've pulled agenda items and killed civic events.
One.
Okay.
One.
So you've picked and chose.
It's
So
about, yeah.
my point is exactly, let's
Okay.
move along. So there's a first and a second. Is there any other comments? Okay, let's call for the vote. Passes 4-1. Okay, moving on to our next scheduled matter.
Item number 1, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Item number 1.
This is in regards to the consultant selection and authorization to negotiate a consultant contract for the streamlining, planning, operations, and development review process. Provided the scoring tabulation with a recommendation. However, if the council wishes to select a different contractor, they have the authority to do so. We're happy to answer any questions from Vice Mayor. You pulled that, and
Okay, bringing it back to council. Vice Mayor, you pulled this in agenda item. Go ahead and lead on it, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull it out. I think there was some questions revolving around the point system, so I'm glad we have them all here to look at. And it's great to have, we had one of the members of Hartman Engineering here tonight to talk to us, which is great. So of all of these 10, 1 was here tonight, and he's a local, and it's got that little asterisk by it. And that's going to be my recommendation because we have someone with 8 years' experience, someone that works at a very successful local company, someone that understands permitting and hazmat and is working in 5 different counties in a wide-ranging experience with a lot of local connections and experience with a strong resource pool. I like Hartman Engineering, and I'd like to just open that up. And the recommendations show different on the scoring based on, I'm not sure what that's based on, but I would like to make a motion, that's why I pulled this, to go against those recommendations, and I'd make a motion for Hartman Engineering. We had a representative here tonight that hits all of those key points that we talk about with local and experience, and that would be where I'd leave it.
And Vice Mayor, just for clarification on your motion, would it be also for the proposed cost amount? That is what they're proposing to do the work was for $74,925. That's within our budget of $75,000. Do you want staff to negotiate a contract for that specific dollar amount?
Yeah, it looks like it's right there in there, so
Yeah.
if you need, do you think you need to increase it?
No, our budget's $75,000, so.
That's a go. Let's keep that the same.
Okay, Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
No, well, I like local.
I just have a question. How is this point system adjudicated? Who do I ask? How is it?
Well, I can help answer that. There was a defined scoring criteria within the RFP from experience, their proposal format to complete the tasks that we've asked for, a previous work experience, and then based on the council's direction to provide opportunity for local businesses, we did give an additional 5 points, if I recall, 5 points for those that are have at least 51% of their business in the county.
Thank you. Well, during my campaign and during me being up here in the seat, I've always been one about local business. I understand some of these other businesses are pretty prominent and stuff, but I like to give local a chance. I don't know who they are, but you know, they're the local ones. So I mean, I'm going to go ahead and just entertain that one for the moment. But I like Hartman Engineering, not because of what the vice mayor said, but because I'm all about grassroots, and I'm all doing things at a local level. So you know, a little bit of change doesn't hurt anybody. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Are you seconding Vice Mayor's motion?
I am, but I know there's going to be some more.
Okay, so we have a first and
discussions.
a second. Councilman Beltran, do you have any comments? And that's for Hartman Engineering.
Right. I mean, I get the local stuff. To me, what was the total points that could be accrued?
105.
105. So yeah, with the same scores, I think Fresno is considered local. A lot of things that people don't take into consideration is you don't know who their staff is, where they are located. But I'd hate to give up an opportunity for an organization that we're looking for to get the most out of. It would have really helped to see the score breakdown.
Yeah.
Because each organization has their different skill set and their staffing and their experience with these type of projects. And I have a hard time giving up somebody who scored in the 100 for somebody who scored 76, unfortunately. I think if it was maybe in the 90s or something, that's something I could swing. But the fact that it's pretty low, I have a hard time thinking that we're going to get the quality of product for the same price. I see he's passionate. I believe he was a past employee. I don't understand giving up the A student for something else. But there's the recommendations, but that's just my input on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I was just looking at your cheat sheet here, and it's like, who ranked all the firms? You know, because I can rank it, you can rank it, Ed can rank it, and it's arbitrary. So I don't know that these guys, you got like 7 and 9 or 6.
Well, I was looking at solely the most local guys.
Yeah.
So that's why you see my notes like that.
Hey, I think the city council's mantra has always been to try to keep it local and support local people. So that's where I stand. I like to stand with the local folks.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay, we have a first and a second for Hartman Engineering. You know, the home court growth is from Porterville. And so I had similar questions too, as far as how was the ranking done. Why did you rank the Fresno GHD at 100 points? Or is the city manager, Claudia?
So the way the ranking is done, it's at least 3 people that look through all the applications based on the information provided is how they're ranked, and based on the criteria identified in the RFP. So if people lost points was because they either missed providing something or the other people were stronger in those areas. And so you have to look
But
at it.
you're not
based-
interviewing them, it's just an application?
There is an opportunity for interviewing as well. So if
Yeah.
you guys want more information and for us to bring it back, that's also an option. We can set up interviews with all of them or with the top whatever. It's your discretion on that as well.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, you know, I put a lot of weight in one that came in and talked to us, so
Yeah,
that's an interview right there.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Stan, you got to vote. Passes 4-1. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 2, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Similar to the previous one, this is specifically in regards to selection and authorization to negotiate a consultant contract for the enhancing economic development operations. Similar to the previous item, we provided the scoring sheet. To your point, we identified local businesses with an asterisk. Staff's recommendation is to go with the top-ranked firm, unless council wants to do so. We're happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor McCurry, you pulled this agenda item. Go ahead and lead on it, sir.
Well, very similar to the other, and as far as questions about the rankings, it was great to have a couple of people who came in from this one. We had economic growth strategies in here from Bakersfield. I'd like to thank the gentleman that came in to present. And we also had Jason Castle in here. And I looked at this and I thought, okay, local, yeah. And we had 2 guys that came in here, similar criteria. The point system for Graham and Associates a little less than economic growth strategies, but based on the presentation, I thought that the presentation from economic growth strategy was a little bit academic, not a lot of substance. And what I wanted to say about what I know about this other organization personally and with the interview tonight is that we have a man that is 5th generation Porterville. Yeah, I think he has a relative on the Wall of Fame. And the thing is, it's a very compelling, passionate person that wants to serve this community. And he's got national connections. He's got commercial water experience. He's very focused. He understands our city intimately. And he serves this community very well already in other capacities. So I look at this and I'm thinking, well, if I'm going to make this decision, with all due respect to the other gentleman that came in, there's an opportunity here with this, is it Hartman?
No,
Wait a minute,
Graham.
it's a Graham. There's an opportunity here with Graham, but it does cost more money. So I think you get something more with this because of the resume. And I think that has a lot of weight for me personally, and I think that it'd be worth increasing the ceiling to do that. And I would just like to say this too, being Visalia oriented, we've discussed some of these things before, and I noticed something in meetings that we've had over the last couple of months. We were at a meeting with the county. City of Porterville sued the county of Tulare some 10 years ago and won some money from the county, and it created a enmity between the county and the city. And we got to repair that relationship. And I think there's an opportunity here with this selection that we could actually go a long ways with this Visalia-based organization at the county seat, that we might be able to mend some fences. And this is bridging the gap from the economic development thing that we pulled out of, but it's with real-world experience and people that live in our community that have a really big resume and a lot of resources that can bring to bear our goals for development. And I really think it could go a long ways to build our relationship with the county after that lawsuit. And the direction that we're going in, I think that one fits better. I mean, with all due respect to the Bakersfield organization, I think this one's, in my mind, stands out in a couple of different ways that probably can't be reflected in a point count. And it is more expensive, but I think given what we want to do, I think it would be worth the money. And so I'd like to make a motion to go with Graham and Associates and increase the ceiling so that it would be adequate.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Before I go further, just to clarify some things, with some of the lower bids that came in, and this is legal advice, can we give a direction to staff to negotiate with Graham Associates?
Yes, so these are RFPs, so you are able to generally speaking, when you are giving you're sort of authorizing to negotiate a contract with these particular individuals. So we can try to talk to them about it.
So, Vice Mayor, would you amend your motion to negotiate at the $75,000 mark that staff has recommended?
Well, I wouldn't want to put it too far down. I mean, I'm seeing a wide range here, and I think you get what you pay for. I don't know if I would put a number on it, but I would want to raise the ceiling. Could we set it at, 90 or at a different level? Would that be adequate in the negotiation?
We would need to make a budget adjustment. Our budget, and I apologize, was 80,000. And so we can negotiate. If we want to raise the ceiling, we'll just have to bring an item back after that.
Let's go to where you have it then. Let's go to 80.
That's why I was saying 75.
I'd recommend we bring it back anyways if we're going to negotiate the contract, because we could bring the contract back for final approval, and then you're getting to say whether or not you approve that amount anyways. So it can just be, you can just direct us to try to get it lower, and then see what we're able to get, if we can get it closer to that budgeted amount, and then bring it back, and then you guys can decide. If it's a little bit over, you can decide what you want to do about that.
I like just going with what, I mean, you made really solid points on the individual that came in, talking about the economic growth, 34 years of real estate, commercial agricultural, working with Best Buy,
it checks
Costco,
all the boxes
Walmart,
plus.
yeah,
You can't get
national,
that in a survey.
regional businesses, and then also the knowledge in water is big, and we know that we need someone that can go and get water shares. Love that he threw that out there.
Well, what about, it's not in the budget, so it has to come back, is what you're saying?
Over budget, I think it's going to require a budget adjustment anyway, so it'll come
Yes,
back for that reason.
But if
Okay.
we give direction tonight for them to negotiate at the 80,000, we could go forward.
Okay. I would be okay to amend it that way.
Okay. I will second that. Councilman Beltran, do you have comments?
Of course I do.
I know.
So you just made a comment, we get what we pay for. And then the one we just voted for before, we went with a lower grade and.
But the
so-
context, but I gave
It's my turn.
context.
It's my
I
turn.
gave context. It wasn't,
my
don't take the.
Let's show
Point of order
respect.
here.
Show
Point of order
respect.
here.
Let
I'm just,
Councilman Beltran
I'm
speak.
just commenting here. I'm sure, just like it was explained the last, this isn't arbitrary. The organizations give us what the RFP was asking for. They put it all together and they submit it. As much as I support local, I also want the best product. And so I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green, you have any comments?
No comments, Your Honor.
Councilman Rivas.
Yeah, sometimes when you get the best, you really don't get the best. You really don't. Because, they've been at that plateau for so long that you think you're going to get the best, but you don't. I'd rather get the person that is striving to be the best, opposed to always thinking you're the best, because that is where character comes in. So I like local a lot. I'm not taking anything away from all these other businesses, but one's from La Brea, Brea, Fallbrook, New Orleans, Austin. I mean, you got to talk about time. You got to talk about distance. Yeah, it's a little bit pricey, but like I said earlier, sometimes when they say they're the best, they're not the best. So I'm going to go with local, and I'm going to go support. I'm going to support number 9. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, we have a first and a second, and just for clarification, we're giving staff the ability to negotiate at the $80,000. Of course, we always want you guys to come under, but work it. Okay, we have a first and a second. We'll call for the vote. Passes 4-1. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 9.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, this item is for consideration of a letter opposing California Assembly Bill 1421, commonly referred to as a mileage-based user fee study. The mayor requested that the city consider a formal letter expressing opposition to AB 1424. Approval of this item would authorize the transmittal of a council position to the state legislator regarding the continued funding of the mileage-based user fee. There's no direct fiscal impact associated to this. Staff has drafted a letter for the council's consideration, and staff's recommendation is to approve the letter or make edits to it, and then direct the city manager to transmit the letter to all assembly members who voted in favor of the bill.
Thank you, sir. And, you know, this study is framed as if it's only going after electric vehicles on a mileage-based tax. And if you actually look at the bill, it's going after commercial, diesel, gasoline, and electric, so the full spectrum. Personally, I would like to add some language to this and highlighting that it's hitting all residents of California. And then we need to highlight also that we already pay the highest gas taxes in the nation and also licensing, permitting in the nation. And so we need to highlight those things in this letter. And then, you know, if the state really wants to look at ways to save money, I saw this week that there was a $700 million bailout on the Bay Area rails, and we're pushing a high-speed rail from Fresno to Bakersfield. And so if we want to look at failed projects and ways to save money, we should highlight this in the letter is what I'm saying, is to cut those kinds of boondoggle programs that are taking money from fixing our roads already instead of trying to find new ways to tax us and double tax us on our transportation. So those would be some things that I'd like to add to the letter. If you need me to help with the draft, I will. I'll pass it off. Vice Member Kirby, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I had a couple. You know, so if you live and work in California, your taxes are going up. That's what it is. It's going to hit commercial, which is going to hit our business. It's going to hit diesel, gas. And, you know, it's going to hit the people in the rural communities the hardest and the poor communities the hardest. I had the pleasure of attending a tribal council meeting last week, and this was the topic of discussion at the tribe. They're going to drive a lot, and it's going to hurt them. And so the rural communities and the people that have to drive, like, we share this, you know, with everybody that has a car. So if you live and work in California, your taxes are going to go up. I am all for this letter. If you want to write that in the bill or in the letter, I think that would be good. But we have this this idea that let's tax something that everybody does, and it's just going to mean that it's going to hurt all of us. And so it's a terrible bill. And, you know, to see the lobbyist from Sacramento squirm under the cross-examination at the tribe was interesting, because a lot of people are not happy about this. And they were talking about getting the tribes together to fight this. So it's a very unpopular bill, and because it hits everybody.
And you know, there's a section in the letter where it's highlighting the fact that we're a rural community and we have to travel further for medical, food, all the resources, jobs. So I really like the idea of highlighting our local tribe and the impact that it's going to have on their community in that section. I think that's a good amendment there, Vice Mayor. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
Yes, you know, this brings me back to the time when I was a bus instructor for the state. And I'm not referring to this mileage, but it's something that the Sacramento did the same thing with these commercial vehicles when they had to retrofit their exhaust. A lot of those individuals from Bakersfield, they went bankrupt and they left the state. And this is, to me, it just reminds me of the same old theatrics of Sacramento bureaucrats trying to impose a lot of other stuff on the working class citizens of California. I'm all about deregulation. I'm not about this mileage base, and I will support the letter that you're respectfully trying to revise and endorse. So with that, I'll just leave it with that.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Councilman Green, you have any comments?
Yeah. You know, the gas tax, this mileage tax thing is just kind of the beginning. The state needs money. It's upside down. We all know that. This is just the beginning, because state, you remember the old saying, you will own nothing and all be happy? Well, this is the beginning of it. I mean, well, this is just part of it. There's been talk of taxing your assets if you own artwork, if you have 401, well, I don't know about 401ks, but savings, stocks and bonds, it will be assessed. They want to do this. This is
Property, yeah.
Yeah, property, because they're coming after your property taxes. They're trying to break Prop 13 right now. Because they're working at you will be happy and own nothing, and that's what this is all about. And people need to be aware of this. You need to be aware of the evil document that was, and it's non-binding, it's the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Growth for the 21st Century. Essentially, it's Agenda 21. It's an evil document. They want total control of every human being on Earth, every resource, every drop of water, and everything else, and you will be nothing but a bunch of cattle, and they'll be loading everybody into cattle cars and hauling us off, because they want everybody in habitat zones. They don't want people in rural areas. They want to drive everybody into human habitat zones so you can be controlled. That's what this all goes back to, and they're coming after your money, coming after everything you own.
Councilman Green, that was pretty deep. Councilman Beltran.
I'll make it brief. The state does, I wish they would be as inventive in saving money and then as they are trying to figure out taxes to get money from us. So that's all my comments. I wish it was something at the end. I wish they would be as skilled at cutting spending.
Thank you. Do you have enough? I imagine this is something that you're going to have to bring back?
No, we won't, as long as the motion is to, staff to incorporate the edits that have been provided during the discussion, and we'll finish it up with you, Mayor, and send it on its way.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, so we don't need a vote on this, or do we? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve with the amendments added tonight.
I will second.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Okay, passes 5-0. Moving on to schedule matter number 10, City Manager.
Yeah, this is authorization to repair a fire department command vehicle. It was damaged in an accident. The repair costs are estimated at $6,500 and change. Councilman Green, you had a question?
Yes, bringing it back to council.
Back to me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You lead on it.
I don't have a quibble with it. That's not what I pulled the item for. I just want to make sure that people, you see, okay, somebody, our fire chief wrecked his vehicle, that would be their impression. But I would like maybe to defer it to you, or you could have Chief Cogburn stand up and tell the debacle that befell him a few days ago.
Chief would take great pleasure in explaining this.
I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the fire chief's not running around wrecking vehicles all over the place.
Well, as much as I like to take credit for that accident, I was not involved in that accident. That was one of our battalion chiefs. While responding, or actually traveling from home to work one morning, he witnessed a traffic accident on Linda Vista and 65. As he's pulling over to provide medical aid to the victims of the incident, his vehicle was struck while he was on the side of the road with his emergency lights on. So
Right.
That's a dangerous intersection. We've all spoke about that in the past, and the mayor's gone on about that several times. So that's the story with the accident.
Yeah, thanks for clearing that up. I just wanted everybody to know that, yeah, we're not running around trying to wreck vehicles. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendations.
I'll second.
Okay, let's call for the vote.
What's the other one?
Passes 5-0. Okay, schedule matter number 14, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is an authorization to execute the First Amendment to the land lease agreement with American Tower. I can just paraphrase the staff report. Essentially, back in April 30th of 2008, the city of Porterville entered into a land lease agreement for the installation and operation of a wireless communication facility located at our corporation yard, really actually next to our Station 72. The American Tower reached out to us. They were trying to secure the additional option years. They had proposed a one-time contribution of $20,000 if the city would entertain keeping the existing terms of the agreement, but executing those, extending the lease out additional 35 years. This item ultimately was pulled from the agenda, and direction was that the mayor, vice mayor, and staff negotiate with American Tower. That has concluded, where American Tower has agreed to increasing their one-time contribution from $20,000 to $100,000. With staff is recommending, and through the negotiation, it was in support of the Porterville 100 and America 250 celebrations. And so staff is recommending that the city council authorize the mayor and city manager to execute the First Amendment to the land lease agreement with American Tower to extend the lease term through April 30th, 2068. Modify rent escalation provisions to provide for 10% increase every 5 years. I think that's actually existing.
Yes.
There was no changes to that, so I apologize. And accept a one-time lease consideration payment in the amount of $100,000.
Okay, Councilman Beltran pulled this agenda item, but I just want to state beforehand, this item would have passed with consent calendar if not pulled. So we pulled it, we went back, and we got an extra $80,000, and this is going to the America 250 100 for the city of Porterville, which we've already allocated those dollars and spending it, so it's ultimately going back to the general fund, just to state for the record. Go ahead, Councilman Beltran.
Well, a couple of things I did like about it was we moved it down to 35 years. Like I think the initial one was like 50 or a little over 50 years. So I like that it wasn't such a long term. I can appreciate that we were able to get some more funds. There was some negotiations there, and I appreciate that. But just the reason I pulled the item was just, city manager, given that there's just been some budget issues we've been working through, do you think this is the best allocation of $100,000?
Well, that's the direction of the council. They can choose however.
I'm asking for your opinion.
My opinion is my job is to execute the policy of the council. So the
Okay,
council.
so you have no opinion on it?
I don't have opinion.
In all fairness, when we negotiated, we sold it as the celebration for the city. And I said, with a company in the name of American Tower, we'd like to see if you would join us in our festivities.
You didn't share that with the rest of the council. That was going to be your spiel with them. So
I
wasn't
just
there.
said that.
You just said it right now, but you didn't say it back then when you were going to the negotiations. So I didn't know that was going to be the spiel to help fund some more the celebration. I didn't know that at the time.
Well, no, the celebration is already funded, Councilman. This is going into the general fund, unless you have a creative way to spend it.
Library. I think we're underfunded. It was stated earlier that the library is fully funded. It's not fully funded. It's close, but it's not. So my recommendation is this should go towards the library. Given a lot of the Measure H funding has gone to first responders, and that there was comments that it's up to council to decide how much is going to be spent. But I think this would help. That's all. So
Thank you.
we're going to vote how we're going to vote.
Yes.
But thank you.
Councilman Green, do you have any comments?
No comment.
Councilman Rivas?
No comment.
Vice Mayor McCurvey?
I think it's a good move. Let's go forward. Did we already do a motion?
No, there's no motions or, I don't, did you make a motion, Mr. Beltran? Mr. Beltran would like to see the dollars go towards the library. I personally think that we could move this to the general fund, offset some of the spending that we have done as far as the monument and the battleship-themed playground, and put some money in our coffers for next fiscal year. So I like the direction that we're in.
I don't see a downside. We already budgeted this money, and now the money's gonna go back to the general fund. So, and we're gonna make sure that money goes as far as it can.
Yes. Okay, so I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendations.
I second that motion.
Okay, we'll call for the vote. Passes 4-1. Okay, moving on to schedule matter number 16, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item is in regards to the authorization to set a public hearing for consideration of an amended and restated development agreement and related ordinance for Coast to Coast Caregivers Corp., doing business as Culture Cannabis Club. Essentially, the amendments to the agreement is to allow for in-house security rather than contracted security, similar to Premium Blossom agreement. This was pulled by Vice Mayor. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I pulled both of them. There's two in a row. They're back to back there. So 16 and 17, they're very similar. They're not exactly the same, but they're the same topic. So I wanted to pull those and just talk about them because they came to the scheduled hearing level, and I thought it best that we made sure to talk about it. I'd like to see those come back through the Cannabis Committee. As I read through the agreements, and I studied this now, being on the committee, and Councilman Beltran and I have really dug into this. I think there's not an issue with us moving the security forward. So I want everybody to know that. That's not the discussion. I wanted to pull them to talk about our compliance. I want to move this through the process. I guess we'll slow it down by a meeting here, but when you look at the original agreements that we have, and we approve them every year, there's a minimal approval that happens with each of those organizations, and I think we're doing the bare minimum, but we are seeing the results. We have now the money that was raised. We now have good standing as far as we can tell. But I do have some questions about good standing, because I think in reading the original agreements that the people that own these dispensaries have to live in Porterville. 51% ownership. I'd like to audit that, all three of them, not just these two. And there's a local hiring clause in there. It's not enforceable, I think, Julia, according to the way it's written, but I'd like to audit it. I'd like to ask, well, how much of the people that you're hiring are local? Is it majority? Because that was in the original conditions. There's some other things in there that are very interesting. So every one of these dispensaries is supposed to do downtown beautification and paint a mural. I don't see any murals. I also see that every one of these organizations has to do some education and public outreach. Those are not measured in the annual certification. So what I'd like to propose in the discussion is these things that I'm talking about, let's go out and do an audit of all three, just to make sure we got good standing on all three, and see if there's any opportunities. If there's some things, if there's some boxes that aren't being checked, let's talk to them in the committee, and let's get those boxes checked so we can make sure we're in that good standing from those original agreements. That's what I wanted to talk about with those two items. And I'll just open that conversation up, Mr. Mayor, there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Rivas, do you have any comments?
Not at this time.
Councilman Green?
No, sir.
Councilman Beltran? It's getting late.
I'll be quick. No, I like those recommendations. I know they have come up before. I don't know if we've had that discussion since you've been on the committee, Vice Mayor, but I believe some of the funding goes towards like the school resource officers, so they do kind of educational programs or pamphlets and stuff like that. So there was a collaboration of them all kind of putting resources towards the resource officers in schools. But the hiring one is an interesting one, given the economy and stuff, to make sure that, I think that's a great one. And the mural was an interesting one too, because I remember seeing that and the beautification. And I think that's where, before you got on the committee, we could readjust or look at the funding mechanisms. 'Cause I think part of the funding was going to beautification, not that they were going to do it, but they gave the money to the city. Then we would then either work with the chamber or work with other entities, the Arts Commission, to do that. So it has been discussed, but it's a great topic to revisit. So thank you.
Yeah, I really look forward to having that discussion in the committee because it's not real clear the way it's written, so it'd be a good one to talk about.
I like that, and we're trying to do downtown beautification, and so this really opens that opportunity for you guys to lead on this. And really, it'd be amazing if you guys would pitch the 250 theme and see if they would, if they are paying for murals, see if they do something outside of that scope and something for downtown, a mural downtown. That would be amazing to see if they do that in good faith. Councilman Rivas, you have a
Yeah,
comment?
I have one request. Is there any way I can get an RFP of these businesses, the original RFPs, the negotiations from Havens and Cultural, and I would like to, I would like to look at them at.
Record somewhere, I think.
I
we have
appreciate
all
that,
of them.
yeah.
The RFPs or their submittals?
The
Yeah,
proposals?
both of them,
The
yes,
proposals?
yes. I would like to see the originals and the signature blocks on them. If you don't mind, that way I can pick them up in my area.
I think that would be
appreciate
something to provide for all council then.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So so you're obviously pulling 16 and 17. Let's make a motion for both to be tabled until you have your cannabis committee, and then it could come back for a public hearing. Does that work?
Okay, yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay, boom. Let's call for the vote.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, no.
Did it
We're going to
work?
find out.
Good? Oh, man. Ready?
Passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to 1234 reports. Link Committee met February 4th. Councilman Beltran.
Take it away, sir.
Sorry, I enjoyed my holiday too much. I don't have a whole report. I just have little notes that I wrote during the meeting.
I don't.
Well, Councilman Rivas, you want to take it?
Well, I'm used to substitute, but I usually give the
Do you
Beltran.
have a report to give? Or? I could give it. I'm just saying I didn't have a full report. I give stats.
Whatever you say, hey, you got it.
It was pretty standard for those that listened to the meetings. The minutes were approved. The budget was looked over. No changes to the budget. Navigation Center is fully operational. Their beds are full. They talked about the use of the showers and the restrooms as per usual. Everything seems to be going really well right now. The main part of the meeting, we talked about the point-in-time recap that we did in January. That's where we physically go out in teams and try to count the homeless, do surveys. The whole point of that is to get funding from the state to support the population that we have that are looking for assistance. Just a couple of things that were highlighted that we could do better. Informational lanyards or something, because some people don't know who we are, what we're doing out there. They're kind of skittish to talk to us. So just more in-house things that we could do better next year. One little kind of issue that came up was issues with law enforcement, particularly with the sheriff's department. They seem to be doing these sweeps, like literally a couple of days before we do this count. And so it really throws off, like, trying to find people and figure out what our actual numbers are. They did it the last 2 years in a row, and it's so frustrating because we know they're there, but sheriff's department in particular comes and does a sweep, and they're like, well, it's 0 when we know there's probably 30, for example, and we don't get the funding. So that was a little frustrating. So we will work on communicating better with the Sheriff's Department with that. We didn't have the SMART team this year assisting with us, but we had all teams fully staffed, and so it was really, the weather was great for us to do it because normally it's raining and really cold. We talked about the expansion at the Navigation Center. The mayor briefly spoke about it. There was some concerns from public comment earlier. Part of the funding that we did get from the county and part of helping those experiencing homelessness at the Navigation Center is a $2 million expansion that we're doing with these showers, restrooms, and like a warming, cooling center that's also like a kitchen, a full-size kitchen, so they can eat better. There's a place for them to have meetings, because out there right now, a lot of their activities have to be out in the elements. There's kind of a little bit of a shaded area. So that's all under construction right now. I believe the end of summers, we're hoping, if there's no glitches, everything will be kind of opened up and ready to use. So those that support the Navigation Center, those that go there for resources are all excited for this assistance because, again, just helping people with their dignity, with haircuts. Sometimes it's a simple shower to just make them feel better for that day. And so that was just a really highlight because this has been probably a little over a 2-year anticipation. We knew we were going to do this, and finally we see them getting the ground prepared and excavating and getting the foundation ready. So we were really excited for that. And actually tomorrow we have our subcommittee meeting. This is where we plan on our annual fundraisers, any extra support that we can do for Link. And so that'll come in my next month's report. Anything else, Councilman Rivas?
You covered it. You covered it, sir. Thank you.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Beltran. Eastern Thule Groundwater Sustainability Agency met February 5th. Councilman Green.
Yep, we did. And meeting was called to order at around 2 o'clock, and no public comments were made. Approval of the January 8th meeting minutes. There was a review and approval of office lease agreement space with the RICO Property Group to continue, because the ETGSA is going to need, even though it's scheduled for being dissolved roughly, hopefully by the end of June of this year, but possibly we're actually working to possibly dissolve. And there was a stakeholder, an outreach, a report given on outstanding non-compliant property owners and wells. And then we review and approve for Q1 expenses. And the budget, that will fund the budget through the end of June 2026. And as I said, with the possibility of actually ending the ETGSA by the end of April. And that pretty much sums it up from the last meeting, because we're down to the short strokes on it.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor?
Okay, the Heritage Committee met February 9th. The Daughters of American Revolution is working on their historic marker plaque that will be installed at Veterans Park next to Washington Monument. Daughters of American Revolution places their monument plaques around the world to memorialize events throughout American history. This plaque will proudly portray America 250. Porterville College students and faculty presented their latest version of the first responder mural that was displayed on the east side of the Premium Blossom building. It was in the paper if you want to see the mural. A discussion also took place regarding design concepts for the mural to go on Earth Angel building, which owner was in attendance. Also, one more patriotic fire hydrant was painted on Main Street. An update on the Veterans Park Washington Monument was given. The project is in design phase while the manufacturer begins on construction. The dates for the downtown Main Street docent-led historical flags walk has been set. They will take place March 28th and April 25th. Ms. Weaver, you were asking about that earlier. So March 28th and April 25th. In other matters, a Welcome to Porterville mural idea was brought up. The committee brainstormed on potential locations, with the bowling alley being the top choice so far. The Chamber of Commerce Welcome to Porterville sign on Highway 65 was also mentioned as a potential spot for a new logo. I had an idea, Mr. Moore, I know you love it, and it sounds like one of my constituents does as well. For a welcome sign, maybe in the future, but, and I've already said it to you, but I want to put it on record for my colleagues to hear it, is where we're going to be putting that $1.2 million parking lot where the old J.C. Penney's was on Main Street. That building to the south, it's a white wall. It's got kind of window-shaped pillars, and I could see a great mural on that wall one day. Welcome to Porterville sign there at the top, and then picture frame some different ideas in that spot. Could also be a potential Welcome to Porterville idea. The next meeting is scheduled for March 9th. And then today, it's not on here, but we had the Flag Day Committee. It's just in design phase here, but some things that were locked in today or voted in. The theme is going to be 250 years of American history. The dedication is to Judy May. She actually started Flag Day 45 years ago with Porterville Emblem Club. And so just great honor to make it dedicated to her. And then there's some different ideas that we're working on, and we haven't quite found our honorable guest speaker yet, but I'm working on that, and I'll have more to report on that in the future. Okay, with that, we will move on to oral communication. This is an opportunity to address the council. You have 3 minutes.
I'm disappointed in you. Again, the kids are not going to have a library. You keep pushing the funding further away, not helping it out, and you keep telling us how it's going to cost more money, but you're making no effort to put some of this money that I talked about today into the library. Shame on you. If you're listening on YouTube or going to, get involved, help us out, and make this council realize how important a new library is for our kids and our citizens. Not keep pushing the money into other areas and not put it towards the library. What is it going to be, 5, 10 years before we have a building started? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I've had to do this on the fly in here. I am absolutely appalled at what you did with that RFP. As a purchasing manager for multiple organizations across this state, these companies take time and money to respond to your request for proposals, and then you rate them, you tell them how you're going to rate them, and then at the end you say, nah, we're going to go with somebody local, even though they were 32 points lower than the highest one for about the same money. I am appalled. It is it's unspeakable what you do. That is unbelievable. But I do have a question, okay? I have a question about the decision to spend over $1.5 million on encrypted radio equipment. California law does not require law enforcement radios to be encrypted by statute. What the state requires is the protection of criminal justice information, CII, and personally identifiable information, PII. Encryption is one option, but it is not the only option. Other methods exist. Policy changes, procedural limits on what is broadcast, and the use of secure secondary systems like second lines and MDTs. So my question is simple. Why was the most expensive option chosen? Was the formal analysis done comparing encryption to lower cost compliance alternatives? Was council presented with those options before approving these purchases? And if discretion existed, and it did, because encrypted equipment is not required under state law, why was $1.5 million solution selected without clear public explanation? In a time of budget constraints, residents deserve to know not just that something is legal, but that it is necessary, proportionate, and fiscally responsible. I'm asking for transparency, not hindsight, and for assurance that cost-effective options were truly considered before this decision was made.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, City of Porterville. This is Luis Gonzalez. I honestly have to say that for the Portable Rescue Mission, I was quite actually emotionally, I guess. It was something to be an explaining of experience that should be learned from. Honestly, the humiliation shown by the Portable Rescue Mission to not accept the donation of $5,000 speaks in itself on how much organizations trust the city. As much as people would say that, no strings attached on the donation would be a very huge difference. The truth is that we as organization, like representing civilians, are already capable in any way, form, or shape to administer and care for the civilians. In some ways, even better than the city does. But we must understand that e pluribus unum, one of our traditional models in the United States, shares out more to me about the community of Porterville than any model claiming that in God we trust. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Luis.
Good evening, gentlemen. Taha Saleh. Thank you for your time. Again, customer service, man. What I heard from, because I care about you, Councilmember Rivas, it's just, there's some opportunity there for communication to where you can get your point off without coming off as condescending or mean or down talking. That's just my experience, and I care enough to say it respectfully, sir, respectfully. I think there's an opportunity to discuss the $100,000 council discretionary fund. Maybe I'm wrong. My understanding is it's an unallocated amount, and when it's used, it gets charged to the budget the following year. So it's not something that, if I'm correct, that if you don't use it, you get credit for it. It just doesn't affect the budget. And also, what I saw tonight with an organization saying we don't want your money and yet getting the money. That's the second organization that came here for something, not money, and took money back. So I don't know if that's the best way to use our money. And man, that just, number one and number two, I can make excuses if I want something. It just sounded like this was something that was preordained with going with Hartman. I don't know why. We do have a Porterville, a local a Porterville option, so if it is about being local, there it is. But at the same time, what happened to going with what's best in Fresno isn't that far away. It really isn't. And if we wanted them to interview, there's an opportunity. A third option is just to take it back, bring it to the next meeting, and interview everybody. To me, it felt like the three people that work for our city, it just doesn't matter. It's a big FU to your time and your work, which bothers me. Why even let them do that? Just skip it and just choose it yourselves, respectfully. And with number two, man, like I know Mr. Kelsey's a great guy. It's not about that, but what about the processes? Like, that's $80,000 more, and we're not even talking about, well, maybe why is one $47,000? Why is one $116,000? Maybe it's an opportunity to go back and see, hey, what's going on? What's the difference here? But no, we just sounds like somebody wanted to do something, so it's done. And lastly, and it reminds me of when it's not your money, it's really easy to make those decisions. See, for me, when I work with organizations, I'm more conservative when it's not my money. Extra conservative. So it doesn't sound like that here. And I just want you guys to just care a little bit more, or sound like you care a little bit more about money. And lastly, what else I got here? With the cannabis thing, it just sounds like more regulations. If you don't want them, just don't have them. I mean, it's not a great business to be in right now, is my understanding. The market's not doing so well, so if we keep putting more on them, can we afford them not being here? Can we afford not having their money? It's not a piggy bank. There's limits to which businesses can be pushed. But I do understand what you're saying, Mr. McCurvey. They should be local, and that's fine, but where's that fine line? And lastly, Mr. Green, I really appreciate you waking up, I guess, and, you know, with the UN thing. I didn't know we can talk about national things, so I'll be back with some really big national items.
Thank you, Mr. Saleh.
Adrian Moraga, West Vine Avenue in Prospect. Just come up here to say you guys are doing a great job tonight. You guys made a lot of good votes on some issues and kept moving forward. I just wanted to touch base with you. I do have Nick Slater down for the national anthem for the Flag Day. So he has a prior engagement, but he said he's going to make it happen. So he wants to be there for it. So we do have him. And that's it. Keep up the good work.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Good evening, Council. I'm glad, as for somebody that's worked with several participants out of the mission and from the Navigation Center, I'm glad we're working on getting them a safe place to go. I'm glad we're working with them on sobriety. That's huge. But that's not the end of the road. Let's build a bigger picture and find out what we're going to do with them next. Because I've seen a lot of success stories. And just getting them sober and getting them a place to stay is not the end of the road. So let's look down the road and make a plan that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowler.
Lee Qualls. I want to thank you guys for the unity we saw here tonight. It was very nice. It was actually a breath of fresh air tonight, watching how you guys work together. It was awesome. But I would be curious to know if you guys know what the statistics are for drug overdoses in Tulare County and in California. Because while everybody seems to focus out here on loving these drug addicts, I get it, let's love them. But in love, there's correction. If you truly love, then you will correct. And while we're trying to love all these drug addicts, such as myself used to be, there's hundreds of people overdosing because we're loving them into the grave and not wanting to get them help. So I would like to know if you guys could possibly get the statistics for the death of overdoses in Tulare County and in California, and maybe bring that to the public. Maybe that might change the view of you guys being so mean, because the reality of it is if they don't get help, they're gonna die. Especially with fentanyl being in everything now. They're gonna die. So, and I'm all for loving them and helping them, but we gotta love them and get them help in a program, not love them and keep them in a place where they can get high and just die. That's not love. That's just showing them you don't care and do what you wanna do. So anyways, great job tonight, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Qualls.
Hey, Mr. Qualls, if we're done, I'd like to answer his question on the statistics.
Save it for other matters. Okay, we'll close oral communication and go into other matters. Councilman Rivas.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Mr. Qualls, I got some answers for you. In Tulare County alone, there were 61 opiate-related deaths in 2023. And earlier data shows that relatively lower opiate death rates historically, 2 deaths per 100,000 in dozens, were hospitalized visits earlier this year. So it's going down, but you are right. There is a substantial amount of overdose. And I would turn that to the chief of police, because he would have those numbers because they deal with them every night. And as you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, and I know the public doesn't know that, those type of data and numbers, but you know, in California alone, I mean, we had almost 12,000 overdoses in the single year in California, just on opiates. That's not fentanyl, and that's not officers being, you know, almost dying from touching fentanyl when the, you know, users have it and they don't, you know, tell them. And you know, there were a few officers that almost died and there were some that did die because of that. So, but you know, in regards to, I'm going to change my question, my answer to Mr. Saleh. You know, I try not to talk to people down, but that's just the way that I've learned to talk. and I'll refrain a little bit on that. So with that, I'll turn that back to you.
Thank you, Councilman Rivas. Councilman Beltran?
It was a comment about it, and that was concerning for me today, was what are the point of some of these businesses that apply for these RFPs when, it's really interesting after these meetings, in the next probably 3 to 4 days, I get a lot of emails through my city email. These organizations listen to our meetings and topics that we're talking about. I'm sure they're AI fed, but if they have to do with their type of business, they send us information. But it's really concerning that, to the point somebody made earlier, that they spend all this time to give us the data that will help give us a good product. I'm concerned with them not responding when we do more of these, because if our decision is always going to be local, what's the point? And then we get an inferior product because we're just trying to support local. We've done this a few times before, and I'm supportive if it makes sense. To me, some of these did not make any sense. I want to share this Saturday. Tomorrow, obviously, is the anniversary, as the former mayor came up and spoke about it. But this Saturday, the little libraries, if you guys have seen those out to the community, that started because of that incident, to make sure that there was still literacy, and in honor of Captain Figueroa and Firefighter Jones. This Saturday at the Comisión Honorifica building at 466 East Putnam, this old community center, at 1 p.m. this Saturday, there'll be a little library that's going to be dedicated in the honor of them. There'll be some food and some festivities there, and I believe the fire department will have some personnel there. And it's kind of a big cultural thing, and just want to again highlight the continued support for the family, education. So I just want to share that. It's going to be happening. Another event that's going to be happening on February 27th over in Exeter at 325 North Kauai from 6 to 10 p.m. There's going to be some bands that are going to be playing. There's going to be a $10 charge, but the funds, and they're asking for donations for hygiene products and things like that are actually going to go to the Porterville Rescue Mission. Fortunately, they weren't able to do an event in Porterville, but if you happen to be free and you want to listen to music, I'm not sure it's the type of genre of music I listen to, but I think I'm free that evening, and so that'll probably be something I might go, just to see these young individuals that kind of are wanted to be part of the solution and answer and support, to support them in their efforts, whether it's the rescue mission or other things. I think it's great that again, I shared earlier, your time, your treasure, your talent. They have a talent. They're trying to share that for a good cause, and so I just wanted to share that for those who may want to support that. And lastly, somebody mentioned earlier the passing of Jesse Jackson, and it reminded me of going to Cesar Chavez's funeral when I don't know what year that was, probably around 10 years old, and I got to see him and at the time Senator Kennedy, and it was just neat to see these movie stars and seeing this movement. This person who kind of came from nothing, who was a field worker, through trying to just do the right thing for his people and the agriculture kind of workers and the environment that they grew up in. My parents grew up being field workers. My dad became a city engineer. And so just seeing, it was never about the title. It was always about the cause. And so where they're at a national level or here locally, that we're just trying to serve our community, and we want to make our neighbors better, those that we may be strangers become friends. And so I just hope some of the actions that we're doing today, past and future, is working towards that same goal. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Beltran. Councilman Green? No comments. Vice Mayor McCurvey?
Yeah, I got a few. I think it's important to just state the obvious. The city is not going to be the solution for homelessness. The community is going to be the solution for homelessness. And I just appreciate that you guys have that much confidence in us that we could solve that problem. It's not being solved anywhere else. But, it's a great compliment, and we are going to do our best to support it and create the framework for that. and lead with the right foot forward. And I think we've done an excellent job over the last few years. And it was great tonight to see everybody here talking about it, a lot of different perspectives. And it's good to be able to get in there and talk about it and disagree about it. But there was a lot of prayer at the beginning of the meeting tonight, which is great. That shows us coming together. In the break, there was just a great mood. It was a great community spirit. A lot of people talking, a lot of sidebar conversations. I really enjoy that because now it just showing the health of our meetings. And I want to make a couple of just basic points. As the community pulls together, and I would just ask for all the community to redouble their efforts. Think about it, and continue to work with your local organizations or your local businesses or your local neighborhood to support all these organizations like the Porterville Rescue Mission and others that are doing this work because it's making a difference. So I want to thank everybody, and I want to continue to inspire everybody to do more. In the crowdsourcing, right? This is a business term. We're crowdsourcing this. Let's crowdsource this as a community because the city can only do so much. And we're doing a lot. I mean, still, I'm not saying we're not doing nothing, but if you have the navigation center now, it's going to be providing a place to have a kitchen and bathrooms and those services. These guys aren't going to be out there on the brand new multi-million-dollar parkway that we built for the whole community. They're going to be able to go over there to the navigation center and have food, and they're not going to be out there camping like they have been and taking up that space. And so that's the proper way it should be, for the whole community to benefit from that. Lewis, thank you for the support. It was great to hear all the positive comments. And, you know, I want to say something about the encryption. There was a lot of rage there. We talked about this a while back. The only way that our police are going to be able to communicate with the other police agencies in the area is if we upgrade that. If we don't, then we're not going to be able to communicate with the other police agencies all around us. And so it was a tough decision, but we made it, and we said we need to do this because we have to be able to support each other in other cities and them to support us, and we have to be able to communicate. I understand it was a big price tag, but make sure you understand that issue, and I want to set the record straight. On the library, and let me make the record straight here again. We voted on the library. It's in process, and I said in several meetings ago that I would predict within 3 years we'll be breaking ground, and it will be funded. And the rhetoric around us not funding it is nonsense. The library is going to be built. It's in process. It's already voted on, and there's a few gaps that will close between now and then. I just wanted to set the record straight on those things because they keep coming up, and we want to knock them down and say, hey, that's misinformation. We're getting a library. We have to communicate with the other.
Continue on, sir.
We have to communicate with the other police forces, and we have to make sure as a community we're working together to solve the homeless problem as a group. And I appreciate all the support that I get, and appreciate even, you know, some of the disagreement because it helps me to be better. And I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. It's late. It's already 10:30. You guys are still here. When I used to come to these city council meetings years ago, there was nobody here.
Yes.
It's great to have you guys here. Thank you all for coming out.
You know, Vice Mayor, you nailed it there, and I'm going to open up with something that I pray for is that the people of Porterville wake up. They get engaged at the local level. I know we're not going to change Sacramento or DC, but if we get engaged at the local level, we can make a change in our community. And I've prayed, God, bring them. Even if they're against me or for me, I will not quench their spirit. I want them here and involved. And so, I mean, something that I got chills on tonight was the Pledge of Allegiance and hearing a crowd of, I don't know how many chairs are in here, but they were filled. And the Pledge of Allegiance was very powerful tonight, and the prayer was amazing. So I'm okay with it. Some don't like it, but I'm okay with it. And so with that, I'll pass it off. You guys all touched the points tonight, and I don't want to keep us any longer. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things I want to highlight that on February 20th, staff and the mayor and vice mayor are meeting with Congressman Fong. We're going to be advocating for our airport expansion as well as public safety. So we're really looking forward to that meeting later this week. On the 25th, the Transaction and Use Committee, we call it TUTAC, is meeting on the 25th at 5:30. The Downtown Committee is meeting on the 26th at 9:30. And then I'll just end with, appreciate Vice Mayor's comments, setting the record straight. I want to thank staff for the effort that they put into their staff reports. It is a goal of ours to ensure that we are transparent and that we provide analysis and provide a recommendation. And so I appreciate staff's effort on their staff reports and how they communicate. There was a lot of effort on that radio item from, just like you said, we discussed it. This is phase 2, but staff did a great job actually negotiating the price down. So a lot of effort in that. So I appreciate you defending staff. I want to also defend staff as well. Thank staff for being here tonight. It's been a long day. We'll pick it up back tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. City Manager?